Oilers lost to the weather station.
It's 6 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Iran must make a deal with the U.S. tonight or risk losing more bridges and now power plants. But in response, Iran's tattered government's now calling on its own people to make human shields around those power plants. Correspondent Vicky Barber.
A top general in Iran has urged parents to send their children to manned checkpoints, which have been repeatedly targeted in the U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. And Iran's deputy sports minister has called on young people to form human chains at power plants across the country following President Trump's latest threat to attack Iran's transport and energy infrastructure. It is not clear if Iranian civilians are heeding Israel's call to avoid train travel today. Indeed, with the internet blocked inside Iran, it's not clear if ordinary Iranians are even aware of that warning. Unverified footage purported to be from inside Iran shows the smoking aftermath of U.S. or Israeli airstrikes, plumes of smoke rising above cityscapes.
A press conference set for this morning at the Pentagon has been canceled. You can read more on what's happening at KTSA.com on the front page. President Trump is congratulating the Artemis II astronauts for their lunar flyby in a Monday night call to the Orion spacecraft. Trump told them they made history and made America proud. He called Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen brave and modern-day pioneers. The astronauts are headed back to Earth. They'll splash down Friday off the coast of San Diego. Vice President J.D. Vance is on the road. He's visiting Hungary today.
According to a statement from Vance's office, the vice president will travel alongside Second Lady Usha Vance. His visit will include bilateral meetings with Prime Minister Viktor Orban, as well as remarks in the capital city of Budapest. The trip also comes just days ahead of Hungary's April the 12th election, and Orban has already received an endorsement from President Trump.
That's correspondent Mark Mayfield. KTSA News Time 6:02. Let's get with Rob Thompson right here for KTSA Sports.
And then there was one. We have a national champion in college hoops. Michigan, they took down UConn in the championship game last night, 69-63, in a hard-fought but easily won Michigan victory. Elliot Cadeau was named the most outstanding player. Finally, in the NBA, the Spurs did take care of business 115-102 over the 76ers for their 60th win, but they did it at a price. Wemby had 17 points and 5 rebounds, but left the game with what is apparently a bruised rib and did not return after 16 minutes of action. Spurs get back to business tomorrow, welcoming in the Trailblazers to the Frost. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and a look at KTSA AccuWeather next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time 6:04. Let's get a quick check of KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. Still have this road work on 35 southbound Randolph on down to 410 paving operation. So roadway is reduced to one lane, 5-7-minute delay as you stop and go from Judson. 35 up Lotus Street, 2 left lanes are closed with road work, and that's causing a little bit of a delay from St. Mary's. Pretty much most all our other major freeway systems are looking good and rolling at posted speeds this early morning. You guys.
Rather cloudy today, the high of 76. Still mostly cloudy tonight. Comfortable with the low down to 58 along the Riverwalk and 49 in the Hill Country. Some early sun, then turning cloudy with a passing shower in the afternoon Wednesday, the high 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
53 degrees and mostly clear right now. San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
Trump's deadline is looming today. He had an incredible press conference yesterday. He began this way.
As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location.
He is the president of all presidents, and he has a plan. And that plan is to bring power to our military and to stop their power in the process. He discussed that plan yesterday.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal.
So the Iranians rejected the deal, and we'll see if there's going to be another one that's going to come about today.
Right.
His deadline is 7 o'clock our time later tonight. Meanwhile, the Iranian officials are now ordering children and women and athletes and the infirm to form human chains around their power plants just in case the United States. Now, look, the Geneva Convention and the Hague Conventions both do not outlaw attacking infrastructure. If you're at war, it is a a known fact that you must remove infrastructure because the infrastructure is what supports their war machine.
Right.
Geneva and The Hague are very clear on things such as hospitals and churches and schools. Very clear. You don't attack those areas. Unless, of course, Sean, you're on the other side. Then if you're on the other side, if you're Iran, you can use cluster bombs against synagogues and churches and little children going to school. That's fine. You see, when the UN Secretary General said to Trump yesterday, you may be committing a war crime if you take out a bridge.
Right.
If you take out a power plant, we may haul you off to The Hague for war crimes. But not once, not even one time, because I went back and checked, not even one time did the Secretary General of the UN say anything about Iran and their cluster bombs killing innocent civilians inside of Israel every stinking day.
Well, they've never said anything either about their general practice of using civilians as either intended collateral or as you said, human shields. I mean, we know that they set up in residential areas just like they do in Palestine with the idea that civilians will be hit. They're using their own people as shields. But but blowing up a bridge is going to make Donald Trump guilty of a war crime.
That's what they said.
Please, man, give me a break.
And so, that's the best thing he could possibly do. That's a generous gift to Iran in any number of ways. Number one, it's not attacking and going after innocent civilians unless, of course, Iran forces and when you hear them say they're requesting these people to go be human shields, there's no requesting in Iran. They shoot you in the forehead if you don't do what they tell you to do. They throw you off of bridges. They disembowel you.
Right.
If you don't do what they tell you to do, which is what they're doing right now.
They're going to load up every bridge. They're going to load up everything that would be a target, I bet you, with civilians. They're just going to load them up.
Well, they're going to try, and I don't know that that's going to stop President Trump. He's also very hot about this leaker.
Yes.
That is a huge problem. If somebody leaked information, they need to be brought up on treasonous charges and treated the way we used to treat traitors to the country, not with kid gloves. We're so sorry. We're going to put you in a federal jail where you're going to have an apartment, a telephone, a microwave oven. No, we're going to kill you. We're going to kill you.
I hadn't really thought about that over the weekend. As Easter weekend, there's a lot going on. But the White House, when that plane first went down, they didn't confirm anything. And all of a sudden, we start hearing about one rescue and one still out there. I mean, whoever leaked that, Trump said this yesterday, absolutely is traitorous, but they put that pilot or that technician in harm's way by leaking it.
Because the Iranians didn't know there was a second one until the leaker put it out through the press.
As you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information.
I have, by the way, a ton, just a computer full of sound this morning because there's so much good stuff from him yesterday that there's no way that I can't even get around to all of it. This was one of the questions that he answered about calling Iranians bastards.
So. Yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that...
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along.
So these people of the media that now want to talk about his mental health and his mental capacity at this time.
Right.
I just went back and I pulled up a few sound bites that I want to remind our media about 4 years ago.
Used to make beer brewed here. It is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lake. They want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about. And then that's him lying around. She knows so long as she was 9. And here today is Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and there's still He is not here with us, but he's still being held by Hamas. We're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you.
So you want to talk about Donald Trump's state of mind?
Well, I mean, it's especially rich when you consider not only did we see with our own eyes every time that guy got in front of a camera talking about Biden that he was obviously having some issues, but they went on the air and not only covered for it, but said he was actually at the top of his game.
A number of
there's
times.
the smartest guy. Oh, he's sharp as hell. Oh, I can't keep up with him.
Morning Joe.
Yeah.
F you if you can't stand the truth. Remember that?
Yes.
Because he's the best. He's the top of his game right now. And I just proved. So these guys now that are saying, Donald Trump, he's gone crazy. We need to get the 25th Amendment. Where were you 4 years ago? That was just a small portion.
Oh, yeah.
That was 6 bites I found. I could find 600,000 or 6 million bites of Joe Biden and his mental capacity or lack thereof.
Well, I mean, it's a ridiculous claim because he was cussing in a social media post. Okay, he said and Riccardi said this yesterday. He just talked like they all talk behind the scenes.
We said it yesterday morning.
That's right. You said
yesterday
it. That's
morning.
right.
Yesterday morning.
That's
I said,
how
that's the way they talk.
And that's how he talks. And look, this is a dire freaking situation here.
Oh,
I don't think soft language is called for at this particular moment.
Well, since you mentioned soft language.
That's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell.
So he's had it. And this is the way he is becoming every day the president that all of us have dreamed of having for this country every day.
Yeah, and for them to have such a reaction to the language when it's obviously been policy on their side to drop the F-bomb as much as possible, right? How many times have we talked about that where you see some Democrat idiot, whether they're a media person or a political person, and they're, get the blank out of here, ICE. Look how cool I am. I can cuss. Trump does it, and it's very natural. Remember when he came out of the impeachment trial, and it was all. What did he say when he came out of that? It was all he said the word, talking about Russia collusion and all that. That's how the man talks. Okay, and these guys have been putting on fake profanity to try to man themselves up, and now they're complaining about this.
He's fighting a war. We're fighting a war. We saved a guy. This Joe Kent that just quit a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Joe Kent is out there saying that this was not actually a rescue mission. That what President Trump was doing was trying to kill that airman, trying to bomb him.
Right.
Because he was going to be captured and he was going to talk. So this wasn't really a rescue mission. Once they realized they weren't able to kill him, they weren't able to we weren't able to bomb him. Then they decided to go ahead and pluck him out of the mountains.
Right.
We tried to kill him first.
That guy's on crack.
Well,
yeah, I was going to say, what drug is he taking? Because it ain't working for him.
And they want to talk about his mental capacity. Listen to what these people are saying. Okay, listen to what Tucker Carlson's saying. Listen to what these people are saying now, and they've all lost their minds. Chris Christie. He said the F word 20 times yesterday in relation to the Post. He just kept saying, I'm from Jersey. I can talk this way. This is the way I talk.
Oh, sit down.
Please, you big fat slob. These people are the ones with the mental problem. We got to take a break. We're out of time. Okay, quick break. More Ware and Rima coming up. Window World is for you with the best price guarantee and locally and family owned. If you're looking for replacement windows for your home, there's nobody like Window World Windows, and they simply are the best. Highest rated for energy efficiency of any window on the market. And I know this personally. Nancy and I bought them for the warehouse several years ago. Absolutely love our Window World windows. Not only are they absolutely beautiful, and you can get any color you want, any color. You can, make it match with your brick or your siding or contrast. We did a little bit of both with our Window World windows. And then you sit back and enjoy the energy efficiency. So we're coming up on the hottest months of the year. The hot air is going to stay outside where it belongs, and your air-conditioned air is going to stay inside. And, of course, the industry-leading warranties, wonderful installers, a design center over here on the Loop on 410 between Broadway and Nacogdoches. You can go in to see the windows, or they'll bring it to you. Free in-home quotes at Window World, 210-767-0995. Sun and clouds today, mid-70s for the high. Right now, 53 KTSA.
Good morning. We've got an accident on the west side on 24th Street at Commerce. Just came in. Minor accident. 35 southbound Randolph to 410 northeast side. That's road work. 2 right lanes are closed, and it's got you stop and go from O'Connor. 35 upper level southbound North Florida Street. Road work has 2 left lanes closed. 5-6 minute delay. Slow from North St. Mary Street. Now, if you guys see something we're not talking about, call us on the traffic tip line. We'll check it out. 210-785-2601. Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
This is the greatest movement in the history of our country.
A movement of news and talk.
And it's just starting.
News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hey, it's Sean. My wife and I are going to be talking to my portfolio manager, Blair, at Trajan Wealth this week. We're kind of finalizing some stuff with our 401ks so she can start making suggestions to us as far as how to invest some of the stuff that we have going on. We've been in this conversation with Trajan Wealth now for a few months. And I tell you what, you hear this all the time. They have the hearts of teachers, and they truly do. I mean, I don't know a lot of financial stuff. I've never dealt with a lot of financial stuff. Maybe you're like me. And Blair is able to walk me through this process in a way that it makes sense. They're also fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, which means they always put your needs first. When you make more money, they make more money. So I know the advice I'm getting from Blair is honest and straightforward, and I appreciate that. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. I am an actual client. This is a paid advertisement, and additional disclosures are available at TrajanWealth.com. Call them up locally for that complimentary consultation, 210-201-7100.
Most people don't think about this, and I'll bet you didn't either. The nursing home. The average cost can wipe out a lifetime of savings, but there are legal strategies to protect most of your family's wealth and have Medicaid cover the costs. Here's another one. Selling highly appreciated assets means paying massive capital gains taxes, right? Wrong. There are ways to permanently defer those taxes if you know how to structure it properly. And if you're a business owner looking to transfer your company to the next generation while maintaining an income stream and suffering no tax liability, that can be done too. This is what the Voller Law Firm does. Mr. Voller and his team work with families who have accumulated some assets over a lifetime and want to make sure those assets stay in the family, protected from lawsuits, predatory spouses, the nursing home, and the government. They also help you structure inheritances so when your kids inherit, it goes to your grandchildren, not to a son-in-law or daughter-in-law if something happens. Voller Law Firm is the trusted name in estate planning for our KTSA listeners. VollerLaw.com, VOELLER, or call them 210-338-6983. Tell them Joe Pag sent you.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Buyer Air Conditioning Heating is offering a win-win of a deal. When you install a new AC system with the buyers, we'll throw in a furnace for free. That's right, a new furnace with the installation of a new AC system. Call the Buyer Boys today.
License TACLA 13624E.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
623 Ware and Rima KTSA.
Well, a couple of happy things yesterday. First off, the egg roll, the Easter egg roll hunt was going on right as we were wrapping up yesterday. And Trump was just brilliantly Trump. He's sitting there coloring with the kids. And I didn't see it, obviously, while it was happening because I was in transit. But watched it later where, my signature cost you $25,000. One of the kids said, we just saw this on Fox, you're the best president ever. And he's like, I agree. He's just, you said it a few minutes ago. He's the president we've all wanted our whole lives. I mean, I can't tell you how many times throughout the course of my life, adult life, when I became politically aware, I would say, we need a private sector guy. We need a non-politician in there. And I think a lot of folks initially thought Mitt Romney might end up being that guy, but he absolutely was not that guy. And Trump is. I mean, we say it all the time, you and I, on and off the air. There's only one of him. Now, he's starting to look a little tired, I'll be honest with you, but my God, what is he not handling right now? We got this deadline looming today, and baby, it's on. Now, you had said, I know he said this too, there's still a couple of sticking points. Are they still working from that 15-point peace plan, I believe?
They said, actually, there was 10 more points, 10 points they sent yesterday.
Oh, sent? Okay.
And Iran said no.
Right.
Who knows, My main thing is that with the people at the UN, the Secretary General, and the Democrats here and the media here, Democrat media here, saying he's going to be committing war crimes, I'm not going to use the whole word, but that's total BS.
Right.
That is not a war crime.
No, absolutely.
It is not a war crime.
But we've also upset the Prime Minister of New Zealand, who is also, really concerned. The other, it was really beyond, watching the press conference and that stuff. Artemis, Orion, went black for about 40 minutes when they're on the far side of the moon. You couldn't contact them. They came out of that, but they said, and I thought this was fascinating. First, they saw a lunar eclipse that would only be visible from their vantage point. And they said when they got close to the moon that it looked browner than they, thought it would.
It's old cheese.
And it had patches. It had patches of green.
See,
it's like fancy French cheese.
It's old cheese.
Blue cheese.
It's blue. You're right. It's blue cheese. It's probably really tasty if it's made of that.
Let's listen to it.
Thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And very special hello to Artemis 2. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century.
Now, the coolest thing about Artemis 2 yesterday, besides them going furthest than anybody's ever gone, going around the dark side, all that was cool.
So they're the only ones in humanity that's been on that side of the moon and seen it, right?
And that's right, and the farthest that anybody has ever gone. But the Nutella commercial, oh my God, that's...
What's this?
So they're floating around in there, floating, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a bottle of Nutella comes floating by.
The Nutella, I did see that.
And it floats by the camera just like you would see on a Super Bowl commercial. And I guarantee you, that will be on next year's Super Bowl commercial.
The Nutella, it flies into the scene, and it almost turns like a product placement. Like you can see the Nutella label clearly.
It's perfect.
And as a white man who loves Nutella, I thought it was great.
It's perfect.
I love Nutella.
It's on my X account at Trey Ware Show if you want to go see it, because it is. And Nutella picked it up and they started to run it as a hey, look, product placement. You got to pay a lot of money for that
stuff. You guys
stuff.
got anything else up there? You can float around in front of the camera like some Snickers bars or something.
We've seen those commercials.
Done.
This was actually a real thing. It wasn't a commercial. It was just
But of course they're going to make it into a commercial.
Very Nutella up there. We'll tell you about my friends over at Texas Rhino Shield for the beauty of your home and the protection of your home. You see, it's not paint. That's what people think because it looks absolutely gorgeous and it goes on like paint. But once it's on, you can tell it's not paint. We have it at the warehouse. Love the project, and we love the process. They made it easy. I don't like working in an environment with these, with contractors and stuff where it's a difficult deal, and that's not the case with Texas Rhino Shield. Anthony and his crew are so easy. He comes over, he looks at the house, he decides and talks with you about what needs to be done. Then he gives you an estimate, right? Then you work off of that, and he puts together the contract and all that kind of stuff. Then you choose your colors, and those guys come out and they bathe your home really, really clean. Looks fantastic when they're done. And then they make any changes that needs to be made, repair and stuff like that. Then they apply the Rhino Shield to your home. And I got to tell you guys, it just looks fantastic. And it's warranted for 25 years. So you're done. You're done. You don't have to mess with painting your home again. I just love it. And they're going to give you $2,500 off if you mention Trey Ware when you log on to their website. So head on over there today. Do something really cool for your home this year. Protect it, beautify it with Texas Rhino Shield at TexasRhinoShield.com.
Rescue dogs. They have incredible backstories and appetites. San Antonio's no-kill dog rescues want to nourish all these good dogs until they find forever homes. So it's time again for the KTSA 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday from our studios and continues Friday from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with National Dog Show voice John O'Hurley, us, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday on KTSA.
I was out yesterday fertilizing the yard, putting my beneficial nematodes down and all that kind of stuff. And you know what? It wasn't that few, but a few months ago that I wouldn't be able to do that because I was in constant nagging pain. I have a bad hip from football. I got 2 bad knees, and I'll just the story. You've been there. You've done that. But I feel so much better since I've been going to Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP. They do stem cells. They do hormone replacement, which is just a hugely successful thing for men and women, by the way, with hormone replacement that they have there. So if you're like me and you had or have consistent regular pain and you have limited movement like I did, I cannot stress enough for you to reach out to my friends over at Evolve Medical Group, evolvemedgroup.com, and go see them. They have several locations around town, so they're near you. They also do primary care, teledoc, all that cool kind of stuff as well. But really, when it comes down to non-surgical treatments to get rid of that constant pain and to restore your freedom of movement, these are the guys to do it, and they're just tremendous at it, and I am a personal testimony of that. Again, out there yesterday working in the yard. I've done it all spring, and I'm loving it. I just absolutely feel good. I'm not sore. I can move around. It's going really well. So check them out now. Check them out today. Mention Trey Ware when you log on to evolvemedgroup.com.
If your transmission is acting up, Access Transmission on Thousand Oaks is the only place you need to go to get it repaired or replaced. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Access Transmission has been the trusted transmission experts in the San Antonio area for over 50 years. Family owned and operated, Access Transmission can handle all your transmission needs, domestic and import. All estimates are free. There are no inspection or diagnostic fees like the big national chains. Shop local and take your vehicle to Access Transmission, where you can get a fair, honest, and free diagnosis of your transmission issue. They can repair or rebuild your transmission with their in-house rebuilders serving San Antonio and the Hill Country. Access Transmission offers free pickup and delivery, and yes, that does include the Hill Country. Located on Thousand Oaks between Jones-Maltzberger and Wetmore Road, call Access Transmission 210-490-4411. 490-4411. Access Transmission, the experts in transmission repair.
Now's the time to save at TELUS Equipment Solutions. We've made tractor buying easy with 0% financing for 84 months on John Deere tractor packages. Each tractor package comes with attachments, giving you a complete, ready-to-work solution for your property. Our team is here to help you choose the right package to match your land and your goals. Stop by your nearest TELUS Equipment Solutions location or visit us online at TELUSequip.com. Offer ends April 30th, 2026. Restrictions apply. See dealer for complete details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Need a new AC? Right Home Services has a complete install, up to 3 tons, for just $89.99. It's Martin Bomba from the KTSA Rock and Home Show. Call Right Home Services at 210-444-0000.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Iran is on the clock, and if no deal is made in the coming hours, the country could go dark by tonight. President Trump's threatening to take out bridges and power plants if no deal happens to end the war. A pregnant woman and a man both hurt after what San Antonio police are calling a road rage shooting on the southwest side. And social studies classes in Texas may include more on the nation's Christian roots moving ahead. We got more on that story and others on the way. 7 o'clock, KTSA News Time, 6:34.
Good morning. We are working an accident downtown. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Southbound 35 Main Street accident with 2 left lanes blocked. 5 7-minute delay has you slow from North St. Mary's. In the backup for the construction zone there at North Flores, where we've got 2 left lanes closed. Got a stall 410 westbound West Avenue, now off to the shoulder. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or online, madd.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Cloudy skies on our Tuesday, but pleasant temps with a high of 76. Mostly cloudy tonight, the low dipping down to 58 along the Riverwalk and 49 in the Hill Country. Early sun then turning cloudy with a passing afternoon shower Wednesday, a high of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 51 degrees, partly cloudy skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Okay, it's a 6:35. We're wearing rhyme. I got Trey's bits and pieces for you now. If you know somebody over at Zachary Middle School, tell them to tell the 6th grade teachers to knock it off. There's 2 6th grade teachers at Zachary Middle School who are having their students, and it's been going on for a little while now, make anti-ICE posters,
of course,
and propaganda and paraphernalia. That's not for a school to do. They're not activists. You middle school teachers, you 6th grade teachers at Zachary Middle School, you are not activists. You're supposed to teach children how to learn so that they can go have a great future. Anti-ICE posters, poster boards, and having anti-ICE marches inside of your classroom ain't where it's at. Zachary Middle School, 6th grade teachers, 2 of them doing it over there. Knock it off.
Well, you remember in the wake of Minneapolis that, especially with Renee Good, we found out, I mean, she was part of an actual group that trained teachers and parents to do this kind of thing. And I think if we actually knew just how extensively this is going on, it would curl your toes.
If you know somebody at Zachary Middle School, the principal possibly,
right,
administrator, tell them to knock it off. That's not what a classroom is for. It's not supposed to be a training ground for activists. Well, you're supposed to train them for a future.
Well, this is why we're dismantling the Department of Education.
Just get rid of it all.
Has gotten through every level of education right now.
Absolutely right. Tony Gonzalez.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Allegedly was texting another woman that worked for him, wanting nudies from her. So
in 2020, campaign worker of some kind. He was actually a little bit older than he was. Yeah. According to the Express News, it was pretty extensive for a while.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes, allegedly. But
wanted some nudies from her.
Apparently, allegedly, this might have been a hobby. So,
yeah. Trump is going to build a new VA medical center in San Antonio.
Oh, nice.
Set aside $30 million. It's going to, I guess, replace sort of Audie Murphy, which opened here in 73.
Right.
And it needs a lot of updating and things of that nature. So, anyway, so he's dedicated $30 million for a new VA. The crazy president that hates our military and that hates our veterans is now building a state-of-the-art facility in San Antonio for them.
Have you noticed, though, just over the past, few months or year that you've heard, and also, this was especially true after his first term, you hear more vets saying that services have gotten better?
Oh.
Just when I encounter people, they're like, it's gotten a lot better.
We have totally eliminated the backlog.
Right.
It's gone.
These people would die in hallways waiting for care. Yeah.
That's completely gone. You don't see 60 Minutes covering that.
Well, of course not.
They're not going to go, show, but, they would do a story back in the Biden years when the line was long and when they were dying in the streets and all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, when Trump got in, they did the same thing and tied it to Donald. Look what Donald Trump did. He has a long line, and it's all gone now. And so, but no, we're not going to do a story about how well things are working.
No, they'll leak information about a guy that's lost, in Iran, but and endanger his life. But they won't report on good things going on at the VA.
You have a duty, being in the media. To not endanger other people's lives in such a way of that, and particularly when it comes to national security. And so I hope they find the leaker.
Me too.
And I hope that they deal with the leaker as a traitorous treason that person is. And there's obviously somebody inside of our government who knew what was going on, who leaked it to the media.
Yesterday when he was talking, it sounded like he knew exactly where it came from.
It did.
Or what media outlet.
He knew the media outlet.
Yeah, he knows.
We know the media outlet because that's, it's published, the one that published it. I think it's the Washington Post, I believe.
Oh, really?
I believe, but anyway... But what he's looking for is the person who leaked it inside the government. That's what he wants.
To the reporter, because after it got to the Washington Post, it just went to everybody, because that's what everybody was talking about.
Yeah.
But the White House never confirmed any of that.
Well, no, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't, right.
TMZ got 2 more ransom notes. Well, not really ransom notes. It's give me another half a Bitcoin. It's the same guy or girl that was involved in the Nancy Guthrie case early on, who said, I know where she is. This was 2.5 months ago. Remember all that stuff going to TMZ and all that? Well, they got 2 more of them yesterday, and he said, she's dead. And I did see her in Mexico, saw her in Sonora, Mexico, early on, but I do know she's dead now, and I know where her body is. And if you'll give me if you'll give me a half a Bitcoin, I'll tell you where her body is and what happened to her and who's responsible for this.
Well, wasn't there some reporting a few days ago? I just saw it in passing that they had received a letter from someone saying, I'm sorry, I didn't know she had such a bad heart condition or something of that nature. It seemed like I'd seen some reporting on that.
Well, this one came in.
This is like over the weekend.
Yeah.
This is like last week that I had read somewhere that in other words, when they were talking to the media and saying, one of the last videos, it almost sounded like she already kind of knew that she was gone. So I don't know.
Probably so. Speaking of TMZ, this was on TMZ yesterday. I've talked a lot about Tim Burchett from the Congress.
What I want to make sure I'm understanding is a member of our government has told you and others, I guess, that there is a form of alien life and machinery which maybe brought this living creature here that interacted in some form with people?
That's Harvey Levin from TMZ, and now Tim Burchett will answer.
Yeah, they have, and they've. It's pretty wild. I know, but I'm just telling you, I'm not going to lie to you. I'd take a lie to tell you. You want to put me on a polygraph, I'll take it. But this is what the guy told me. I mean, I've had a very high-ranking naval official describe. I've talked about this before. Underwater craft, something big as a football field, moving at over 200 miles an hour. And there's no fish in the ocean that would do that. We don't even have a sub that'll probably do 40 miles an hour under the. And the last thing he said before he left my office was, it was kind of weird because he didn't go out he went out the side door, which nobody ever uses. And he looked at me, he pulled me up close, and he said, Tim, they're real. And that's the last thing he said to me. That'll be the title of my book, I guess.
Anyway, that's Tim Burchett. What does he know? He has been briefed in these high, level briefings about this, the same as Anna Paulina Luna.
Right.
That she has been saying we need to put the information out there. There's all kinds of speculation that April is the month these things are supposed to come out of the water because of the tie-in with Iran and our war. Who knows?
Wouldn't that be cool?
Oh, well, just another thing. But alien experts like Dr. Don Donderi out in the media today, in fact, New York Post and other places, say that the intelligent life is out there. It's for real. The government is keeping the secrets for a reason because they are so far advanced in a nanosecond they could take out all human life.
Kind of popular thought that's been around for, all the way back to Roswell. And around that time, back in the 50s and early 60s, there were, claims that they had recovered bodies. I think the general idea is that if you put that information out there, people will freak out because they realize that we can't control anything about such technology.
That's what he said yesterday.
Well, but I mean, that idea about the government hiding what we know from the general population. Hell, you can go to Easy Rider, and there's a great monologue by Dennis Hopper in that movie where he's talking about that very idea.
And religions. There would be a huge religious people questioning and freaking out. I think there's a lot to do with it, or at least something to do with it, is religions.
I don't know. I mean, because I mean,
well, people aren't open to us not being the only thing that God created.
I tell you, the people who I get the most resistance from on the idea of life on other planets are liberal Democrats. It's classically throughout my adult life, those go, well, there's nothing out there. We need to, fix the rainforest. I've gotten more crap from liberals on this idea than anybody else.
Well, I mentioned yesterday, because it's true, Barack Obama was the one who cut the funding for NASA. He said it. He said, I got to spend the money here, which means I got to rip people off, rather than space exploration. Nobody cares what's out
that's
there.
What I mean.
I know.
Yeah.
And Barack did that when he was the president. He cut the funding for NASA. By the way, just since I brought up his name before we break here.
Sure.
His new library, ugly monolith thing up there in Illinois.
Yeah.
If you want to go on a free day, they're going to have free days for Illinois citizens. Isn't that nice of them? You could go, don't have to pay the fee to get in for Illinois citizens.
It's your city,
but you know what? You have to show a photo ID and prove that you're an Illinois citizen before you can get in. That must be racist. You know what? That's anti-women. Women will not be able to go to the Barack Hussein Library.
Divorced women, they won't be able to get in.
They won't be able to go. Women who changed their names when they got married won't be able to go. And in fact, black folk won't be able to go because they can't get an ID. They don't know how.
Obama himself. I mean, is he going to be able to produce an ID? He's a black guy. I mean, can he get into his own damn ugly-ass library or whatever that is?
So, once again, Democrats are cool with ID everywhere but to vote. Now, think that one through.
That's why their argument sucks, and everybody knows it.
All right, let me tell you about Mummies over in Hondo. I put up a post not that long ago about everything's bigger at Mummies, and it's absolutely true. I mean, this gun shop over there is the biggest thing you've ever seen. It's about 4,500, 4,600 square feet inside the store of all things when it comes to firearms. Every single brand of firearm is in there, whether you're looking for a Benelli or a Colt or a SIG, or maybe you're a Glock person or whatever, long guns, short guns, everything, handguns, revolvers, everything is there. But what's most impressive, beyond just the hardware itself, is all the accessories. I mean, you look around in there, and if you have ever thought about it for your gun, any type of accessory, they got it at Mummies, and you don't have to go searching for it. They got great help there that will talk with you about what they have available, and hook you up with the right stuff. Whether it's optics, might be just simple holsters, whatever. They got it there, and ammo everywhere. All the different calibers, all the top name brands and ammo. It's there at Mummies, and they got the turtle box speakers, and they have the poncho shirts going to keep you dry and all that kind of stuff. Great feed, by the way. Somebody sent me a note last week while I was on vacation that she's been feeding their deer, the Mummies deer corn forever, and that's because it's the best anywhere. Head on out Highway 90 to Hondo. Mummies in Hondo. Sun and clouds today, about mid-70s for the high. Right now 52 at KTSA.
Good morning. We are working an accident downtown. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Southbound 35 Main Street, accident with 2 left lanes blocked. 5-7-minute delay has you slow from North St. Mary's. In the backup for the construction zone there at North Flores, where we've got 2 left lanes closed. Got a stall 410 westbound West Avenue, now off to the shoulder. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or online, madd.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Stop living with floors you hate. At Pride Floors, we bring your home to life with the latest hardwood floors, luxury vinyl planks, and carpet. Expert installation built to last. Visit our showroom today or our website at pridefloors.com. My name is Richard Cavazos at Pride Floors.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057, or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
It's time to improve your home, slow it down, and do it right. Choose a company worthy of your trust and worthy of your family. For windows, siding, and doors, call or visit southwestexteriors.com. Southwest Exteriors, the look you love coming home to.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Buckle up, baby, buckle up. Oh, yeah. What's your name, little girl? It's Tuesday, April 7th. We're Ware and Rima, KTSA.
It's weird. We were just talking about coffee off air, and leads into the story that I had prepared for this segment. We talk about tipping a lot and how it's just getting kind of crazy. Just everything, I mean, you're supposed to tip everywhere you go for whether they do anything or not. And I don't really do Starbucks anymore. I haven't for many years. I just don't. I'm kind of out of the place where I used to go and sit and write. I just do that at home now. But Starbucks, it's too expensive. To me, it's just the expensive coffee places like this and Dutch Brothers. You're paying $9 for a freaking coffee.
You think that's expensive? I mean, you do that all the time, right?
What, $9 coffees?
A highly paid and compensated radio
right
guy such as yourself?
Well, I could afford $9 lattes, Trey, because I am so rich and famous, but I choose not to.
Yes, I see.
But the thing about Starbucks is they've expanding their tipping options. And now, and my wife does this a lot where she orders stuff on the app. Like if we're going to get Burger Boy or whatever, she'll order it on the app. If we're going to go to Sonic, she'll order it on the app before we go there. Chick-fil-A, we order it on the app because you get special deals when you do it on the app. And so at Starbucks, you're going to be able to tip on the app. Now, what's a little weird about that? What's a little weird about that is you're tipping for a service you have not yet received. Because you're doing it before you get there, before you pick the damn coffee up. And so you're going to tip now. I guess the expectation is that you'll tip before you actually go there. And I think that idea, people will do it. I understand they want to increase the wages they've also, I guess they're going to start paying them on a weekly basis instead of every 2 weeks.
Have you seen their P&L?
Their what?
Starbucks P&L. Have you seen
What's
it?
P&L?
That's their profit loss sheet.
No, I have not.
They can afford to pay their people a decent salary. So please, just quit it, knock it off.
They've got a union now, a Starbucks
union.
They've
had it for a while, but
the idea that you're going to ask me to tip before I've even shown up to the
that's the problem.
What if the person handing me the coffee sucks?
Well, that's the problem. We talked about this about a month or so ago. Now that they're adding a mandatory tip at a lot of restaurants,
right?
So if you got a mandatory tip, they're not going to give you good service. They're just not.
No, it's expected income.
It's guaranteed already, and so why should I go above and beyond? A tip is what did we call it back then? What I tell you it was back then? Gratuity, meaning what?
It's graciousness.
That's right.
It's an act of grace.
It's me saying I appreciate you.
I bet you start seeing more of this. I don't do a lot of the ordering of food and stuff in my house. My wife does it all, but again, when you're getting into the realm of the absurd when you're asking for the tip on the damn apps, because when you order on the app, you haven't gotten the service yet. What if you pull up to the window and the person behind the window goes, "Hey, you suck. You're ugly. Here's your coffee." You've already tipped them.
Right.
Not that they're going to say you're ugly. I'm just saying.
Well, they might.
It's a little weird because
now, if you're ugly.
Once we've entered tipping into the apping world, you're literally tipping for stuff you have not received yet.
But don't they do that for Uber and DoorDash where you tip them?
I don't know. I imagine
you can, but you can add it afterwards.
Oh, you can customize.
So after they get there,
you can add it after.
This is you would order a coffee on your app, the tip goes in, and then you go and pick up your coffee. So conceptually, to me, it kind of upsets me.
Look, this became
I haven't gotten there yet, man.
This became a deal during COVID.
Right.
Tipping is out of control in this country. It is absolutely nuts what they're doing with tipping here, and they want to tip. I went to a place the other day to pick up a pizza. They didn't bring it to me. I drove to the place. I walk up to the counter. The girl literally turned around and took it from the kitchen and put it down on the counter in front of me, and then wanted to add a tip for that.
She asked you for a tip?
Oh, it was on the thing.
Oh, God.
She literally turned with the box and turned around and set it down in front of me. I said, I ain't paying a tip for that. What did you do?
As a former day server at a Pizza Hut, that ain't right, man.
I don't have a problem because I am a healthy tipper. I like to tip people when they give you good service.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta give me a little something.
That's right.
You gotta at least be pleasant.
Exactly. Well, yes. So it's out of control, and it doesn't surprise me from Starbucks because they're a commie leftist organization anyway. And look, they make so much profit. If they've got a problem with people leaving their organization because they're not paid well enough, which is the bottom line on all this, then pay them a little bit more.
Well, and they got the revenue. They're still a very popular chain, but I cannot. I cut bait with them once they went racial on the cups. Remember that whole story where they were asking people to try to engage people in conversations, the baristas and the customers. Yeah. Okay, I was like, all right, that's it for you guys. Because I used to go quite a bit. I used to go and sit and hang out, But now I tend to go to private places.
I, unlike you, I'm not a highly paid and compensated employee, so I can't afford.
Where is this coming from?
No, I'm kidding.
I'm so rich and famous.
I have chosen. I have made a decision in my life I would like to be able to eat when I retire.
Sure.
So I'm trying to
pull it off.
I'm trying to save as much money as I can.
Right.
And Starbucks is not in that plan.
Well, I again, the prices are like $7-9, for a coffee, and it's like
not anymore. Now it's $12 if they go put the tip on there.
Yeah, that's a bit much to ask of old Sean. Okay.
Put the tip on there, and the next thing you know, it's $22 a cup.
I'm very lucky in my neighborhood. In our neighborhood, we have a lot of privately owned little coffee shops that are kind of cool. I got one down the street that I'm going to be checking out. Well, I think it's a better way to go.
I'll tell you, we are very close with Martin Bamba. That PJ stuff is unbeatable.
Oh, yeah.
That is unbeatable coffee.
Nice.
I hope we get some of that on Friday.
That would be cool.
Friday is Dog Day here. When we come back, I'll tell you more about Dog Day coming up. Where in Rima, KTSA.
Hey, it's Sean. If you want to prevent an AC breakdown at your home, start with the $89 AC tune-up from John Wayne. This tune-up includes a full 35-point inspection to keep your AC running factory fresh. Now, they don't just glance at it. They go through the system step by step. John Wayne will remove the top of your condenser fan to clean the inside of your unit properly from the inside out. That deep cleaning helps remove debris that can rust out the base of your unit. A tune-up can also help your system run better, longer, and more reliably when the heat hits. And if your system is older and you're ready for an upgrade, ask about their new AC system options. John Wayne has a cooling coupon for up to $3,000 off new qualifying AC systems. See their current offers online at johnwayne.com. Call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online and get it knocked out before the next heat wave. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
I get to talk to you about Southwest Metal Roofing Systems, and again, a company I know, I trust. They're the ones I had put on my roof probably 25 years back. Still absolutely beautiful, never had one single problem with it. Called them back and said, hey, would you consider putting a roof on my barn? So this past year, several thousand square feet of roof on my barn. They do all kinds of homes, businesses, outbuildings, and the material they use is true lifetime quality. It's a Galvalume type material, and it simply doesn't rust out or go bad. My roof looks as good as the day they installed it. It truly is a lifetime roof. They give you the best guarantee in the industry. Most insurance companies will give you a discount on your homeowner's insurance. I just love Southwest Metal Roofing Systems. They do the job. They're prompt. They clean up after themselves, and you will truly get the best roof in the industry. Give them a call, 210-822-6868. It's 210-822-6868 for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Gas prices still climbing, and there appears to be no end in sight while Iran continues to fight with no military and little in the way of leadership in the country.
That global indicator Brent crude climbed to $111 per barrel in early trading this morning, while West Texas Intermediate, the main benchmark for oil pricing in the U.S., topped $115, its highest level in a month. Investors and traders increasingly uneasy over Donald Trump's latest threat to bomb Iran if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened.
That's correspondent Vicky Barber. A pregnant woman's one of two people in the hospital after what police are calling a road rage shooting. It all happened on the southwest side in the 5500 block of Little Creek Drive around 9:30 last night. Police say the woman is 20 and an 18-year-old man was also hurt. But SAPD says 3 people were detained not long after the shooting. It's unclear if any charges are being filed. Both victims are expected to recover. State Board of Education is in the process of rewriting what's taught in social studies.
There is a public hearing this week on a draft plan that includes references to religion. Cindy Castilla of the Texas Eagle Forum wants the Bible to be a bigger part of the instruction kids get about the nation's founders.
It's really important for children in America to learn about our founding and why we're the greatest place on earth.
And there would be references that describe the U.S. as having roots as a Christian nation. A final vote is expected later this year.
It's KTSA's John Cruz. Metallica is announcing a pair of intimate concerts for the end of 2026. They're going to play 2 shows at Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville, Connecticut, November 19th and the 21st. Suicidal Tendencies will open on the first night, while Spirit Box joins Metallica on the second night. Single day and 2-day tickets go on sale to the general public on Friday. Time now to get caught up with KTSA Sports, sponsored by Connecticut Quality Water Systems. And here we go with Rob Thompson.
And then there was one. We have a national champion in college hoops. Michigan, they took down UConn in the championship game last night, 69-63, in a hard-fought but easily won Michigan victory. Elliot Cadeau was named the most outstanding player. Finally, in the NBA, the Spurs did take care of business, 115-102 over the 76ers for their 60th win, but they did it at a price. Wemby had 17 points and 5 rebounds, but left the game with what is apparently a bruised rib and did not return after 16 minutes of action. Spurs get back to business tomorrow, welcoming in the Trailblazers to the Frost. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and a complete look at KTSA AccuWeather up next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
I love my Kinetico water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Kinetico. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Kinetico doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Kinetico backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Kinetico protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Kinetico, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Kinetico of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
KineticoSA.com.
License number 38961.
When the job has to get done, your equipment can't let you down. That's why choosing the right Kubota dealer matters after the sale. At Ewald Kubota, you can rely on fast repairs by expert technicians using genuine Kubota parts. And if your machine does need major repairs, we have rentals to keep you working. For all your equipment needs, come to the dealer you've trusted for over 75 years. Kubota equipment is built to last, but great service keeps it running. Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time 7:05. Got a few things to watch for as you head out. Debbie Alcacer with everything you need to know right here with KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Good morning. Looks like a couple of accidents. 35 upper level southbound at Main, downtown. This one has two left lanes blocked, about a 10-minute delay. Stop and go from North St. Mary's. 410 southbound approaching 151 west side of town. That wreck is in the right lane. Still have that stall at 410 westbound West Avenue off to the shoulder. And road work at 35 southbound North Florida Street has two left lanes closed. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Rather cloudy today, the high of 76. Still mostly cloudy tonight. Comfortable with the low down to 58 along the Riverwalk and 49 in the Hill Country. Some early sun, then turning cloudy with a passing shower in the afternoon Wednesday, the high 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 53 degrees at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
President Trump had an extremely busy day yesterday, speaking to the guys at Artemis 2, and then, of course, talking to the kids over at the Easter egg roll, and then a very impressive, lengthy press conference from the briefing room at the White House about everything that's going on with epic fury. Here he is.
No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication, but all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe.
And speaking of Europe, NATO, you're dead. You're done. And when the United States, not if, when the United States leaves NATO under Donald Trump, which we should,
I agree.
Get out.
I don't see the point. What's the point?
Now,
when is that guy coming to visit the White House?
This week.
Oh, to get his termination notice?
Well, he's going to try to come with hat in hand and say, I'm sorry for the way we've treated you, but it's too late. There's nothing that they can do. He can come kiss Trump's butt all he wants, but they denied the access to very important bases. We protect all those European countries. We do, not them. They put a fraction of the money in NATO. We are the ones who go in and spend all the money in Ukraine and wherever else we got to spend to protect NATO. I didn't mean to get off on a NATO tangent here.
Well, but
that's where we are, and we're going to get out of NATO, and they can just, whatever happens to them, happens to them. They've bought this themselves. They've done it to themselves.
I agree, and
Useless.
they're slinging around language now about war crimes if he hits the bridges and stuff, which is absolute bull
I'm going to get to
crap.
that in a minute.
But as far as our relationship with NATO in general, you and I, in our era, you've certainly encountered all kinds of liberals throughout your time who just revere NATO, and they have no idea why. It's like our trade agreements. They have no knowledge of the percentages as far as what we pay to NATO and for NATO and what we do. And before Trump came along, and what they pay up, which was next to nothing.
NATO is the United States. Period.
Yes,
full stop. So
yes,
when we pull
absolutely.
out of NATO, NATO is done. And you know what? It's old. It's old technology. It's like driving a 52 Studebaker. You ain't got to do it no more. So the president doesn't have to do it anymore, and he's got a plan. And this is why up on our feed, on our television feed, I put up Trump's deadline looms.
We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again.
Never to be used again. Now, in their response, Iran has now told young children from schools and the infirm and their athletes and so on to go form human chains around the various power plants.
Oh, sure.
Now, this is what they do, and this is when they call it, when Jake Tapper is calling it a request, it's not a request. They don't request anything. In fact, I'm going to play some sound from Trump. I got so much stuff from him today. I'm going to play some sound from him a little bit later on, talking about how they just shoot people in the in the forehead that they don't like.
He's talking about a woman that yesterday during the press conference.
Absolutely.
Who was shot right between the eyes.
Absolutely.
He was talking about the Iranian people, rising up against the government. He's like, well, when you are contemplating doing that and a woman standing right next to you gets shot right between the eyes by a sniper, everybody, I think he said everybody's brave, but, in that moment, what are you going to do? You're going to be intelligent and not do anything.
Well, look, bottom line to taking out the infrastructure, number one is it's not a war crime, okay? At times of war, infrastructure is certainly a part of it. Schools and churches and hospitals are off limits. We haven't touched a one of those. But you are supposed to go after the infrastructure because the infrastructure backs your war-making capabilities. It's not a war crime. The Secretary General of the UN is the one, not NATO, but the Secretary General of the UN is the one who called it a war crime and said, we're going to haul him off to The Hague.
I get them mixed up all the time.
Sure, well, it's easy to do. It's easy to do.
Same group of people.
It's an honest thing. So anyway, it's not a crime. And it's very interesting, as I said last hour, that the UN Secretary General or any of the liberal media in America has yet to say anything about the absolute war crimes that Iran has been committing with cluster bombs, killing innocent people on the streets of Israel. That's a war crime.
Well, not to mention, you want a historical precedent. We went after the bridges in France, Normandy, in World War II, and blowing them up left and right because you had to stop the Germans from moving.
That's exactly
so
what this does.
blew up the freaking bridges.
This has a twofold effect. Number one is it slows down their military response because they can't get around. Number three, President Trump talked about this yesterday, they can't, once the power's turned off, they can't communicate to tell somebody to take missiles over here and launch them. Their communication is over. He said, I'm going to blast them back to the dark ages, which is where they need to go. Because the next thing that happens is those people go out on the streets and they start to overthrow that government. They realize then that the government can't do anything to protect them anymore, and they hit the streets and they get out there and they overthrow the government.
I saw the call for kids and to form human chains, but wouldn't you think also, because what they're demanding is pretty extreme on their end, and I'm sure we'll get into that at some point. But don't you think, like, when it comes to the bridges, they're just loading those bridges up with civilians?
Sure.
And anything that they think would get hit, they're just going to load it up with. And you're right, not by request. It's like, get on this bridge or I'll blow you away,
Right.
or stand outside this power plant or you're dead.
Right.
Your whole family's dead.
Absolutely.
They're
It's,
loading up all those targets with civilian bodies.
and that's a war crime, and the UN has not said a word about that. That's
Right,
okay.
right.
As long as it's not Donald Trump. Okay?
Mhm.
Anybody else, it's fair game to do anything in the hell you want to do in the middle of this conflict, except for the only person that has constraints put on him or handcuffs is Donald Trump.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
that's
just
true.
absolutely ridiculous.
That's like true of everything.
Of course it
Every
is.
single thing the man does.
And
We're the only country expected to have an open border because Donald Trump
Sure.
wanted it shut.
And he's absolutely brilliant in the moves that he is making and the stuff that he is doing. Let me give you another piece of sound. I got so much sound today, Sean. It's just
You rock and you roll at the sound thing, man.
Okay.
You do.
We could be quiet all day and
That's
just
fine.
listen to him.
This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens.
Now, that, of course, tomorrow is today, but I want to do something I did last hour because this also, when he called the Iranians crazy bastards the other day, of course, the media got their panties in a wad, right? And they brought it up to him yesterday.
Yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
That's just interesting to hear an Englishman say that, right?
They
Crazy
say it so
bastards.
elegantly. They cuss so elegantly. It sounds like
The
poetry.
Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health
Okay. Mental health is now the issue, and this is how he answers.
should perhaps be examined as this war
Well,
continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along.
So, yes, I went back and I found a little compilation here. And if the people on the left and the media want to talk about mental health, let's have that discussion. You want to?
Sure.
We can talk mental health.
Used to make beer brewed here. It is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lake. They want to think is to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about. And then that's him lying around. She knows so long as she was 9. And here with us today is Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and there's still he is not here with us, but he's.
There are two issues that I don't want to hear these people running their mouths about, okay? The mental fitness of the president and cussing by a public official. I don't want to hear it. These are the same people that told ICE to get the blank out of however many cities. These are people who drop the F-bomb, almost as a matter of course to make themselves look like tough guys. And I don't want to hear them running their mouths about his mental health when for 4 freaking years, a guy who's obviously an early onset, okay, they covered for every single day.
Remember all the excuses when he fell over on the bike? Oh,
Yes.
his feet got caught in the pedals. And then when he fell on the Air Force stage, oh, he tripped over something they put in his way. Hell, he did. When he fell 3 times in 1 minute trying to get up the steps of Air Force One and he kept falling. Oh, well, it was slippery that day. Crap.
They covered for him 24/7 for 4 years.
Yeah,
and as I said in the first hour, not only did they cover for him, they went in front of TV cameras, politicians and media people alike, and said, he's at the top of his game. We can't keep up with him.
Yep. So I don't want to hear
I don't want to hear
about that.
I don't want to hear about the president's mental health or cussing from the president at all, from these people.
Well, let me tell you about Alamo Water Softeners. To get the best experience for water around your house, the answer is Alamo Water Softeners, a company that began in 2009 with the sole purpose of dealing with our hard water here because it's unique, it's different. There's no other place that has hard water like ours is. It's the matter that's in there. It's in our water here, and it's the entire region. And that's why Alan Townsend started Alamo Water Softeners back in 2009. I was their very first customer, bought the very first one. Absolutely love it. And of course, they've had updates in technology since then, and I buy new ones as the technology changes and so on. And I can tell you this, dealing with water damage, hard water damage, or dealing with your pipes or dealing with your appliances that have been affected by that is not necessary anymore, not with an Alamo water softener, because it'll take all those hard water deposits out. So you'll have cleaner, better tasting water. You will also have better feeling skin. Your hair is going to feel better. Clothes are going to last longer because you're washing them in soft water. So many great advantages to an Alamo water softener. I got a limited time special for you. When you purchase a Select water softener system, they're going to toss in a free RO system as well. That's great tasting clean water every time you open up the tap at your house with an Alamo water softener RO unit that they're going to toss in absolutely free. Find out all the details and mention Trey Ware online, alamowatersofteners.com. Sun and clouds today, mid-70s for the high, 48 now, KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like a couple of accidents. 35 upper level, southbound at Main, downtown. This one has 2 left lanes blocked, about a 10-minute delay. Stop and go from North St. Mary's. 410 southbound approaching 151 west side of town. That wreck is in the right lane. Still have that stall at 410 westbound West Avenue off to the shoulder. And road work at 35 southbound North Florida Street has 2 left lanes closed. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Breaking news, bold analysis, and the stories shaping our future. News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 1071.
Every time you turn around, somebody's talking AI this, AI that, AI. And if you are in business as a manager or an owner of a medium to large size company, you got to be on top of AI, all right? You know that. There's mounting pressure to do something. And rushing into AI just to do something can make, just mess everything up. We're talking about security breaches and compliance nightmares and wasting money. And if you're in charge of a medium to large size company, you know you cannot waste any money at all. Once you get in touch with Bridgehead IT, get an AI assessment right there from them. Bridgehead IT will sit down with your team. They'll find out where AI can deliver measurable value and where it's just a whole bunch of noise. Then they're going to prioritize protecting your sensitive data and ensuring your transition is secure from day one. AI can be a great advantage for your medium to large size company, but you got to do it right off the bat. And Bridgehead IT will focus on clarity. You get a roadmap built on outcomes and not hype. They've got your AI roadmap ready at Bridgehead IT at bridgeheadit.com.
Trey Ware for Dr. Sally and everybody at Here in Texas. They'd love to see you, talk with you about your hearing, and possibly prescribe hearing aids for you to help you hear things you've never heard before. They really are amazing at Here, H-E-A-R, HereInTX.com.
Need a new AC? Right Home Services has a complete install up to 3 tons for just $89.99. It's Martin Bomba from the KTSA Rockin' Home Show. Call Right Home Services at 210-444-0000.
Rhino Shield.
Trey Ware here. I sure do love Texas Rhino Shield at the warehouse. Why don't you check it out and you can take $2,500 off the Texas Rhino Shield application. It's warranted for 25 years. Check them out today at TexasRhinoShield.com and mention Trey Ware. TexasRhinoShield.com. Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at EvolveMedGroup.com.
Not a lot of things in this world are free, especially a world with high inflation. But when it comes to financial education, I have something free for you. It's the Creating Richer Lives podcast. I'm Carl Eggers, your host. Find the podcast each week at creatingricherlives.com or on all major podcasting platforms.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
722 with Ware and Rima, KTSA.
I saw an article about Fairfax County, Virginia on Fox yesterday. Now, Governor Spanberger is a joke, I think, to put it mildly. We know that, and she's been in and out of the news because she's really horrible. She's just the worst thing that could happen to Virginia since, it maybe possibly other than Ron Nuremberg becoming the county judge, okay, of Bexar County. And I know Fairfax very well. I was reading this article about how just this year alone, I think you've got 13 people who have been murdered by illegals. They are not cooperating with ICE. When the first day in office, she put out an executive action saying we're not going to cooperate with ICE. This is a high dollar, high economy, top economy place. I was reading about a murder of a baby, I think at Bailey's Crossroads, which is where I went to radio school. That's where I went to. It's a suburb of D.C. A lot of folks who work in the government at a high level, they live in Fairfax County. They live in Northern Virginia. And you look at some of the crimes. I got a guy, the one I just mentioned at Bailey's Crossroads, is accused of murdering his 3-month-old daughter. He was on one of these detainers. He shouldn't have been out on the streets. Again, another guy chopped a woman up, I think, with a machete. This is Fairfax County, Virginia. Again, it's like Mamdani yesterday talking about the equity plan in New York. Okay, this is what you people voted for. I mean, Fairfax County is overwhelmingly Democrat. I mean, it's just as liberal as D.C. is. And yet these are the people they vote into office. And it's another indication of how little they care about human life, even when it's in their own freaking neighborhood. They did a blotter story where they've listed, these 7 guys they've arrested for killing people who were illegals and shouldn't have been on the streets. And she proudly, I'm not gonna work with ICE. And your own people are getting murdered. I mean, it's horrible.
Well, the Democrat death cult is real.
Yeah.
And she is at the bottom end of the list in popularity now. She was swept in on this big blue wave back in November, but even the people of Virginia hate her. They don't want anything to do with her now because they're realizing what a screw-up she is. Same thing with, you mentioned Mamdani a second ago. Same thing with him. He can't do that racial equity thing, by the way, because that's discrimination.
I would think not.
I can't do it.
I mean, he's talking at all levels of city life. Yeah. Your skin color would determine everything. It's like, dude, you really can't. I would think even in New York, you can't freaking do that.
They do it here in San Antonio.
Well, I imagine to a certain extent they do.
If you go down there and you apply and you want to compete for a contract with the city of San Antonio, and you got a white person, a brown person, and a black person, a white person can forget it.
Right.
You can just leave.
I think it's probably true of most
they're not even going to look at you.
American cities right now that have Democrat leadership.
Back to your point, though, that's the death cult. She needs their votes.
Well, she does apparently, because her popularity is bouncing off the bottom of the toilet. But again, this is what you freaking voted for,
right?
And you people are in Fairfax. You people knew exactly what you were getting when you voted for her.
And that's why they did it. They're the snooty liberal white people.
God, yes.
That this is what they do. They destroy everything in their wake. When you're talking about there's nothing worse than a white, liberal, snooty person.
Well, and that's like a nest of Fairfax County is, packed to the rafters with wealthy, snooty, white liberals.
We have them here.
Who vote these idiots into office, and then their own people get killed in their own gated neighborhoods.
They don't care.
Apparently not. It's just amazing to me.
Sure.
The stupidity of people who vote Democrat despite all knowledge, I would think, and understanding as to what they're voting for.
Yes.
I mean, we say it all the time. I mean, we talk about it here. You're right. Here in San Antonio, you get what you vote for. You also get what you don't vote for.
Well, that's my point. That's what I've said over and over again. 87% of voters don't turn out to vote in Bexar County.
Right.
So you get what you don't vote for. When you don't come, this is what you get. Trump just put up a thing I want to read just 2 minutes ago. A whole civilization will die tonight. Never. Yeah. Did you see this already?
And they showed it up on Fox a few minutes ago.
Oh, did they? Okay, yeah. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Okay, let me tell you about Knightley Insurance Group. That's Nick Knightley and his great team at Knightley, and that's Knightley with a K, Knightley Insurance Group. If you are facing the Medicare decision, and you know what I'm talking about, been there with my dad, and Nancy and I are already making plans, and I'm several years away, but I'm already thinking about this. This is one of the reasons why I found Nick Knightley. I want to make sure that we make these right decisions when we get there as well, because choosing the wrong Medicare plan could mean to you higher out-of-pocket costs. You lose access to your doctors. You're paying penalties that you don't need to pay, things of that nature. Local families are turning to Nick Knightley at Knightley Insurance Group for the Medicare help that they're looking for. They're an independent Medicare brokerage serving San Antonio and the Hill Country. Their help is totally free to you. You don't have to pay for this. They'll walk you through all of your options. They'll review your choices and prescriptions and all your doctor stuff and everything too. They'll make you or help you understand the differences between Medicare Advantage and Medicare supplements so you get Medicare right the very first time, so you can avoid those penalties and being frozen out of the system and so on and so forth. Here's what I want you to do. Just book your appointment at KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com. That's Knightley with a K, KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com. You get free Medicare help. You get local guidance with real people at KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com.
We think the best breed of dog is the rescue. KTSA is going to help no-kill rescue agencies around San Antonio with the food and homes they deserve. Join the voice of the National Dog Show, John O'Hurley, and the KTSA hosts for the 2-day 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday from our studios and continues Friday from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with us, John, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday on KTSA.
It's property assessment time for your taxing entity, your county, or whatever. And if you're not protesting your home's value to pay less in property taxes, well, then you're paying way too much right now. Hundreds or even thousands of dollars more than necessary. Nancy and I found this out years ago. We knew that we were paying more than was necessary, so she started to put together our protests, and she would go do the protest, and sure enough, they'd cut it back a little bit. She saved us thousands of dollars. But then her business really took off and got really very, very popular, so she's very busy with her business. So it was very difficult for her to put the protest together. So we found Ownwell. They just made it so easy. 3 minutes, you sign up, they take care of the rest of it, and they have saved us thousands of dollars. In many Texas counties, Ownwell has delivered as much as 2 times more savings into homeowners' pockets than traditional firms net of fees. So, and here's the thing about Ownwell. If they don't get your property taxes reduced, you don't pay them anything at all. So here's what I want you to do. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is coming up May 15th for most counties. You will save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com and mention Trey Ware when you do so. Start saving money on your property taxes right away. Ownwell.com.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 210-201-7100. That's 210-201-7100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Sean. You know, I love talking about my friends at John Wayne Service Company. This is a great year to talk to them. Whether you're having an issue with your HVAC, your plumbing, or your electrical, it's one company for the whole house. And now John Wayne is offering their service call for all for only $29. That's a $29 service call that'll cover one system, 2 systems, or all 3. It's your choice. It's a simple, low-cost way to get a professional look and clear direction before you spend more money. They aim to give you straight answers and clear options with no pressure, and they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. But again, it's that time of year for John Wayne's Service Call for All for only $29. Service call can cover one system, 2 systems, or all 3. It's your choice. Call or text my friends at John Wayne Service Company today, 210-293-6700 to schedule your $29 service call for all. Or check them out online, johnwayne.com.
You've worked your whole life to build that wealth. Have you protected it from lawsuits, probate, and predators? Voller Law Firm specializes in preserving family wealth for generations. Call 210-338-6983 or go online, vollerlaw.com. Tell them Joe Pag sent you to the Voller Law Firm.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Today might be Bridge Day and Power Plant Day in Iran. President Trump saying lots of infrastructure is going to go up if a deal isn't made to end the war in the coming hours. Vice President J.D. Vance in Hungary today to support Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who's running for another term as Prime Minister. And how are police and first responders handling driverless cars that end up in the wrong place? We've got the answer to that question on the front page at KTSA.com. KTSA News Time 7:33.
Good morning. Got a new trouble spot on 35. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Shirts area, northeast side, 35 southbound, just past FM 3009. 2 left lanes blocked, 40-minute delay. It is slow from Schwab Road. I-10 westbound, that on-ramp from Woodlake Parkway, east side, that's a stall, and it's blocking the entrance ramp. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or online, madd.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Cloudy skies on our Tuesday, but pleasant temps with the high of 76. Mostly cloudy tonight, the low dipping down to 58 along the Riverwalk and 49 in the Hill Country. Early sun then turning cloudy with a passing afternoon shower Wednesday, the high of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now you got 51 degrees under clear skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Thank you, Christian. It's 7:35 now with Journey. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Let's listen to Steve Perry, man. What a great rock and roll voice. Give me some of that, Steven. Oh, man. I don't know why, but his voice just emotionally connects with me.
Oh, does it? Yeah.
I don't know why.
Right.
It just hits me right where it's supposed to.
It's because he's pitch perfect.
He is pitch perfect, isn't he?
No, that's why it hits you.
Absolutely perfect.
Reba does that to me. Vince Gill. But yeah, when just someone's pitch perfect, it'll give you the goosebumps.
Man,
Kurt never did that to me.
Worst thing they ever did was blowing that thing up, man. What?
This is the guy you never do on karaoke night. You just don't do it.
Well, and
Good point.
And like I said yesterday, don't try Bohemian Rhapsody. That's a dumb
that's
move.
another one. Yeah, right.
Good
yeah.
Lord. Anyway.
That's right.
First of all, a tweet just came out from Bill Shatner. I think you know
William
who that is.
Shatner, Captain James T. Kirk.
Congratulations to the crew of Artemis 2 on going beyond where no human has gone before.
Well, he's been there.
Yes, he has.
Well, he hasn't been to the moon.
Not this far, but anyway.
Good on him. You got to hear from the captain, man, when you're up in space. Captain Kirk.
I don't want to talk about the Waymo cars. I saw 2 of them this morning. I see them every day, every morning when I come in.
Right.
All right. You see them. Elaine has seen them because they run up and down Eisenhower. I don't know why.
I don't know why Eisenhower, but yeah, they're all over the place.
It's their most popular road in town, I guess.
They also go all the way past the industrial park on Eisenhower, and they just seem to be test driving.
I know. That's what they're doing. And they come up to the railroad tracks and stop and sit at the railroad tracks, and you're supposed to go because the light's green. There's no railroad. There's no train coming. This is the problem. And there's a lot of videos that are circulating online right now because they're driving down the wrong side of the road. They are stopping in the middle of the road for no reason at all and just sitting in the middle of the road. Now, that's a little dangerous, wouldn't you think?
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, last week when you were gone, we had one in Alamo Heights that was going the wrong way.
It was Alamo Heights. That's where it was. I remember
think
that.
it was twice, too.
It's happened
Going
twice.
in the wrong damn direction, man.
Sean, it's happened twice.
Wow.
It's happened twice.
Right.
Here in San Antonio, you asked me off the air if it was Austin. Yes, it's happened in Austin, but no, here in San Antonio, it's happened twice.
Alamo Heights. I couldn't remember exact. That's why I saw it. That was
here.
an A word. Austin, Alamo Heights. Yeah,
right there.
Going the wrong direction.
Yes, and it happens. It happens frequently. So what they do now? Go ahead, Christian. What were you going to say?
I was going to say there's another report we've got on the front page of KTSA.com of a autonomous vehicle going in the wrong way of a drive-through at a Whataburger.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, you were. Okay.
I was just about to say they got it coming around the other direction, pulling up to the window, and then stopping at the window, and it just sits there. So it's stuck.
Ironically, they're the only cars that can get through that diamond thing at Broad.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Blanco in 1604.
So here's the deal with them. In order to fix this problem, you have to scan a QR code and you have to be a first responder. So you got to scan a QR code. You got to send that to the Waymo people. The Waymo people then send a signal to the car. Because they actually had last week while I was gone, when this was going on, I was paying attention to all this stuff. They actually had people try to get in that car to move it.
We saw a video.
They try to climb in it to say, get this thing out the way. Well, you can't, because there's nothing for you to. You can get in it, but there's nothing for you to do once you get in it.
Right.
These things are too hazardous to be on the streets. They need to be like in a Walmart parking lot, making circles like we did when we were kids, when we wanted to learn how to drive.
The Waymo cars need to go through basic driver education.
They do. And it's way too early.
They need to be able to parallel park,
Yes, it's way too early to unleash them on the streets without somebody in them.
Too late.
Well, I know. But I'm saying to Waymo, if you want to keep from getting your butt sued, because it's about to happen, you go headlight to headlight with one of these cars, and Waymo, you're out of business, baby. You're going to be done. I don't care how much insurance you got. So what you need to do is put somebody in there to ride around. They don't have to touch anything. Just be one of your employees that's going to ride around inside that thing in case there's an issue. Then they can take over.
Sometimes we see people in them.
I have seen people sitting in them, yeah.
I saw a guy sitting in a driver's seat week before last up here at Eisenhower at the railroad tracks. Only one time, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen these cars.
I saw one. Yeah, the same thing. I saw one with a woman in the car. I look. We're here on the precipice of the age of robots, man, and they ain't quite ready for general consumption, in my opinion.
Not ready for prime time.
When you talk about the Waymo cars that are going the wrong direction or whatever, we've also had news stories over the past few months where you have like a robot that goes nuts and they can't get it to stop. Like it seriously injures somebody. You know what I mean?
I told you about the one in Japan that was in the restaurant, the Japanese restaurant.
Yeah,
and the woman tried to subdue it and start beating her.
Yeah. So welcome to the age of robots, man. That's where we are. I'm just that generation. I don't think I'll ever make it into a. I mean, I'm sure before we're really, really, really old, if we make it that far, they'll be all over the place.
Oh,
but I don't know
Sean, it's going to happen.
I don't know that I could be comfortable in a car without a driver.
It's going to happen before you know it.
Oh, I know. It's here.
And you don't travel much, but when you call Uber and stuff now, it's crapshoot because you might end up with one.
Yeah, I don't.
At the airport.
I no longer have a need for Uber, so it's all cool.
That's what I'm saying. But a lot of us do travel.
Right.
And you sometimes, and by the way, many times you don't know before it arrives. It just pulls up and you open the door.
Ain't nobody there.
Ain't nobody. The door actually opens for you, and you look, and ain't nobody sitting in there.
Shaquille O'Neal did an interview and a story about whenever he sees a Waymo car, he tries to stop short and make it hit him, so he can get insurance on Waymo.
That's what I'm saying.
And he said, "Man, those things they move pretty quick."
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that Waymo had better start paying attention because they're going to end up out of business.
The lawsuits, somebody gets injured, it's going to be bad, man.
Growing up around this business, I was around a lot of smoking and a lot of drinking in this business.
In radio, shocking, really.
The guys that worked here would come around the corner to our house when they got off their show, and they would sit there and, they'd drink, smoke, and all that kind of stuff at the house. Research is now showing that parents, if you're drinking and smoking in front of your kids and doing other types of things in front of your kids too, there's a higher risk that your kids are going to do that. It just makes sense.
They rated a bunch of different kinds of behaviors. I forget where they did this. And they found like a 24% likelihood that your kid is going to be a heavy drinker if you're heavily drinking around your kid, combined with other factors. So, like if you're affectionate and you drink, it's a different number. If you're like distant and you drink, it's even higher. It kind of depends on also other factors.
If you are permissive, then it shoots off the sky.
Sure.
In other words, if you say, whatever, go ahead, you can do it. Well, of course, kids are going to do that, right? If you are authoritative, which means not authoritarian, but if you're authoritative, which means you have rules, but you're also very you enforce rules, but you do it in a common sense, even-handed way.
Right.
Then you really do a lot to eliminate your children from wanting to be a part of that.
I read a long time ago that kids want discipline. They want rules. In a weird way, it's how they view you saying you love them because you care enough about them to give them standards. You know what I mean?
Well, sure. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. And I can tell you that alcoholism is absolutely, if you want to call it that, it is, or a disease or whatever you want to call it. There's debate as to whether or not you call it a disease. Anyway,
it's a disease.
Yeah, well, there's a debate. There's a debate.
I don't care. I've lived it.
I understand, but there's a legitimate debate out there among psychologists and psychiatrists whether or not you classify it as a disease. The term you use is not significant to me. What is significant is it is passed on. It can be passed on for sure. Now, smoking was the opposite for me. I was around so much of it as a kid, not only at home with both my parents smoking, but everybody in radio. When I started in radio, everybody was a smoker. I didn't want anything to do with it. I hated it. And to this day, you guys go out back and y'all have your break out there. I want nothing to do with the smell or anything to do with it because I was raised around it.
Well, sure, and sometimes you react in the opposite direction. But I think, to a certain extent, and I've learned this the older I get, we become our parents. It's not just about things like drinking or smoking. It's attitudes. It's general demeanor. We when we're little kids, we are videotape recorders. We are recording everything that mom and dad do, and you realize that the older you get, just how much kids replicate their parents, and how much we become our parents at some point.
Well, what happens is you're downloaded. Your subconscious is downloaded before you're 7 years old. That's the break. And a lot of the information that your subconscious uses to run your body from there on out, and 95% of your actions and reactions are subconscious.
Well, sure.
So that's downloaded by the time you're 7, and it's really hard to turn that around and go in a different direction.
Well,
later on.
I was largely, my dad was gone a lot, so I was around my mom, and my wife will tell me, she got to know my mom when she was out there. She was like, you are your mom. I mean, I'm very much personality-wise like my mother because she was the one who was around the most. We don't realize how much they replicate us, and and they become us, and we become them.
I hear it all the time because I spent an inordinate amount of time, like you did with your mom.
Right.
I spent it with my dad because we worked together.
Right.
So I was sitting in a room with him hours on end, and so my movements and the things that I do are
right.
Why are you nodding?
You
remember that?
True. She remembers. That's why.
On the lighter side of it,
yes.
Some of us wouldn't be here if our parents didn't drink.
I think actually my dad.
Guilty.
My dad always said I was a cold night in October or something like that. I was unexpected, so I think you're probably right.
I was.
We were both unexpected.
In the heat of passion. After some margaritas.
That's so San Antonio.
I was the reason my parents didn't have any more kids.
Are you an only child? Are you really?
You're the reason they started drinking.
Oh my God.
That's right. They started drinking after him. That's funny. So you're a product of tequila.
Huh?
You're a product of tequila.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arizona, maybe it was mezcal. I don't know.
I was a couple of Manhattans. That's what my old man liked. That was a couple of Manhattans.
Oh my
with
God!
The boys, and then going home. I guess
you guys are too
God
funny.
God bless our parents.
God bless our parents.
Much.
I mean, because we replicate the negative stuff, but we also replicate the positive stuff.
That's right.
I mean,
that's right. That's right.
So.
Well, one of the things that I did get from my parents, and particularly from Papa, was bad hearing. He passed it on. It was on his side of the family. His uncle had absolutely no hearing at all. And then my dad, obviously, he ended up with a cochlear implant later on in life and just basically could not hear much at all until we got him the cochlear. Been there, and I was raised with very, very little hearing. In fact, in my left ear, just basically, wasn't even there. In my right ear, no high-frequency sounds at all. Well, all that has changed because Dr. Sally at HEAR, H-E-A-R, here in Texas, here in TX.com, here in Texas, is where you can go to get your hearing evaluated to see how you are. And if you need an improvement to your hearing, which will improve the quality of your life. I know that. I'm living testimony of that right now. So is Sean. His life is so much better, too, that he can hear as well. And I can tell you on my side of things, it's just been a deal maker for me. I mean, everything that I've ever wanted out of life has been so much better, and my quality of life is so much better since I got these hearing aids from here in Texas. They accept TRICARE. They got a subscription service. Just every reason in the world to go see my friends out there, get your hearing evaluated, see how you're doing at Here in Texas, here in TX.com. It's going to be sunny and clouds today with a high in the mid-70s. Right now, 48 KTSA.
Good morning. Just cleared one of our trouble spots. This report sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. 35 southbound just past FM 3009. That wreck is cleared. Left behind a little bit of a slow residual delay along with the combination of rush hour. Now we still have that stall I-10 westbound, the on-ramp from Woodlake Parkway, the entrance ramp blocked. And this road work on 35 upper level southbound North Florida Street still has 2 left lanes closed. Every now and then you find a deal that actually feels like a win. With Straight Talk Wireless, you get more and pay less. Now that's a good deal. No contracts, no credit checks, no surprises, all on Verizon's 5G network. Find it in the same place you've always found straightforward prices, exclusively at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Hey, it's Sean. It's springtime in San Antonio. You may have a young person, or maybe you yourself need your wisdom teeth extracted. If that is you, talk to my buddy Dr. Mark Havercorn at River City Oral Surgery. He's a good dude, man. And I'll tell you what, I really appreciate this about him. You know, you have so many doctors that rotate all over the place. You never know whether they're going to be here in town or not. He lives here. San Antonio is his home. He is always at River City Oral Surgery. And right now, extracting 4 wisdom teeth is only $1,500. And that's a bundled price, meaning that's everything. There's no surprises. Okay, that covers the x-ray, the initial exam, the sedation, the post-op care, all of it. So if you need some, or you or somebody in your life needs their wisdom teeth extracted, talk to my buddy, Dr. Mark Havercorn. You also don't need a referral. Just call them up and make an appointment. 210-778-0002. And, of course, all the pricing is published at the website, rivercityoms.com.
Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at evolvemedgroup.com.
I love my Kinetico water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Kinetico. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Kinetico doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Kinetico backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Kinetico protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Kinetico, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Kinetico of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
KineticoSA.com. Since 1993, Thomas J. Henry dedicated himself to building a firm that injured clients can trust and respect. A firm backed by a track record of success and commitment to our clients. If you've been injured, trust Thomas J. Henry, San Antonio, Texas.
John the Greek Restaurant open with a wide variety of Greek favorites, takeout and curbside options available for lunch and dinner Monday through Saturday. Thousand Oaks at 281 North. Call 210-403-0565 for John the Greek.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. God bless America.
That's right. 752 KTSA, Ware and Rima.
I hadn't thought about Byron Allen in quite a long time. My first memory of Byron Allen was, I believe, that show Real People back in the 80s, which you really sort of have to be old farts like us to even remember. Remember that show?
I do.
It was a very cool show. Just kind of weird little funny stories from across the country. And Byron Allen has started his own media group. And he's going to be replacing Colbert on May 22nd. The show is going to be a 2-hour block. The first 2 hours is I guess I don't know where I guess he does these shows online, or I don't know where these shows are now. But it's called Comics Unleashed. And I watched a little bit of a segment. It's just like 5 comics sitting around talking about stuff and cracking each other up. He's got a game show called Funny You Should Ask. And so they're replacing Colbert, whose show sucks. I mean, it's always sucked. It's been on the air for a decade, and I've never understood how that show stayed on the air for as long as it did. He was funny when he did the Bill O'Reilly-esque kind of character that he used to play. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And I thought he was genuinely funny when he did that. Once he went to being himself, not funny at all, very political, just like the rest of them. And they are replacing him with what they say is just a bunch of comics sitting around having a good time, and a game show that involves comedians. So maybe they're finally getting I don't watch Byron Allen. I literally haven't seen the guy since Real People, so I don't know if he's political or not. I don't know. But maybe they're finally getting the message, like late night TV used to be about, this is the last thing you're probably going to watch of the day. And old Carson just wanted to crack you up. Johnny Carson just wanted something interesting that would crack you up and give you something to laugh about as you end your day. So maybe they're finally getting the message that this polarizing political bullcrap that really isn't very clever or funny just didn't work it, man.
You have to, if you're going to do politics, you have to make it funny.
Yeah.
Gutfeld is the key to that. Now,
oh, God, yeah.
Now, think about 5 comedians sitting around cracking each other up. That's the Gutfeld show, right? They're not
Basically,
5 of them,
yeah.
but that's the show.
They're replicating his model, but yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah,
they are.
Yeah,
I've seen this show because it's available on other networks, but not here.
That's what okay.
So, like on cruise ships and stuff like that.
Right.
I've seen it before when I've been traveling, and it's funny. It's very funny.
Good.
And I have not seen the politics, so maybe they just don't do politics, or maybe if they do, it's just funny stuff that they're bringing up or whatever.
Right.
But when I have seen this show, and I've seen it several times, they don't do any politics. In fact, when I went to Memphis,
right,
they were the hotel had it on up there. It was hilarious.
Well, good. Like I said, maybe they're getting the message, that just saying blank Trump over and over again isn't real comedy.
Right.
The other thing I want to say is I hadn't seen Byron Allen in a picture of him in a long time. God, does he age? He doesn't look any different.
I was going to say.
He doesn't look any different than he did, 30, 40 years ago.
I was waiting for you to slam him, and I was going to say, no, he looks perfect.
He looks fantastic.
That's a good-looking boy, man.
I look like Methuselah on a bender, and this guy doesn't look one day older.
Yeah, he looks great. He looks great.
So good on him. I hope that maybe, in these extreme times, media, and plus, now you have the all the podcasters and the success of a guy like Gutfeld, who does do a genuinely very funny show.
They were talking about farts last night.
They were talking about farts last night.
Yeah,
but it was
the
it was
difference
funny.
between men and women farts. So,
but it was funny.
Yeah, it was.
It's the kind of conversation that people may have just hanging out with each other.
His question: if you hold one in, where does it go? Anyway, listen, speaking of, this Thursday and Friday, we're going to the dogs.
Yes, we are.
So we're going to have John O'Hurley in here on Thursday, and we're going to be talking about the Puppy Food Bank and giving you a chance to go on to KTSA.com and give money for the Puppy Food Bank.
Puppies fart, too.
Yeah, they do. Boy, don't they? Ooh.
Yeah, they do.
Yes. Or, I tell you what, you do and you blame the puppy for it. That happens all the time. It happens all the time. Anyway,
keep that one to yourself.
We're going to have John O'Hurley in here on Thursday. Then we're going to continue on Friday for the Alamo Lounge. Free chow for you to come visit with us. The Alamo Lounge, by the way, is here at KTSA.
Yeah.
So
4050 Eisenhower Road.
Correct.
Right
so
down
we're
the
going to
hall.
have the dogs here. We're going to be doing adoption. This morning when I cut a video, I said it was an abduction. We're not.
Abduction.
We're not doing abduction. We're doing adoption of puppies on Friday right here at KTSA, and free food beginning at 6 a.m. So come on by on your way to work, stop off, get a taco. It's going to be taco or what?
Doors open at 6 a.m.,
All right.
tacos and coffee, and get a picture taken with Moonshine
And
Joe.
Moonshine, your dog is going to be here, and O'Hurley. Right, I like the way you said it.
Contract negotiations last night.
All right, good.
And our agent has
So it's this
approved it.
Thursday and Friday. Come see us. Over at Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat and AC, if your house smells, if it's a little bit off, it could be your AC system. And at Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat and AC, they got answers for all that. As a matter of fact, they created the Breathe Easy package. Doesn't that sound great? All right, that kicks the funk out of your system, makes it smell better and operate a whole lot more efficient. Here's how it does it. Quarter Moon pulls and a deep clean around your blower motor, and then the blower wheel and the AC housing. Everything gets cleaned out really well. They clean the coil. They disinfect the inside of your AC cabinet. I mean, they go through the entire thing to make sure that it's cleaned up well. Then they put one of these UV lights in there to zap the bacteria and the other nasty stuff that's hiding in the unit. So boom, it's gone. You get cleaner air. You know that musty, dusty smell? It's all gone. You get a fresher home and an AC system that smells like it should because you called Quarter Moon. For about 35 years, I've been telling you right here on KTSA, just call Quarter Moon. Tell them Trey Ware sent you. Quarter Moon Breeze Easy package is only $6.95, but it's for a limited time. So call right now. Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat and AC, 210-651-5899.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
What a life-changing experience it is when you go to Here in Texas. My story is a very simple one. I was born with hearing loss. My left ear basically had no hearing. My right ear had very high frequency loss. And when I went and saw Dr. Sally at Here in Texas, she discovered all of that, and she fitted me with hearing aids that have really changed my life. Now I hear my wife better than I ever have, my two granddaughters as well. I'm enjoying singing again and living my life, all because of Dr. Sally and the great team at Here in Texas. You know, they accept TRICARE, so if you're military dependent, they're ready to see you at Here in Texas, and they have this wonderful new subscription service. You know, technology changes so quickly these days, so when your hearing aids get out of date, you don't have to worry about buying a new pair because you've subscribed to their service at Here in Texas, HEAR. You're going to find some of the finest people anywhere, the latest, greatest technology, and you're going to hear things you've never heard before at Here in Texas. Log on today and mention Trey Ware, here in TX.com.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA. It's 8 o'clock. KTSA, San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. President Trump now says the clock is ticking for Iran during a critical period in the war.
On Monday from the White House, Trump told reporters Iran will have no infrastructure if it doesn't meet his Tuesday deadline to strike a deal with the U.S.
We're giving them till 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah.
The president appeared to pivot from his original demand for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday and focus more on an overall deal by the deadline. Trump said we have an active, willing participant on the side.
It's correspondent Mark Mayfield. We've got the latest on everything happening in the Middle East on the front page at KTSA.com. Vice President J.D. Vance is in Hungary right now. He's holding bilateral meetings with Prime Minister Viktor Orban, and he just spoke in the capital city of Budapest. The trip also comes just days ahead of Hungary's April 12th election. Orban's already received the endorsement from President Trump. San Antonio police continue to search for a drive-by shooter who killed a woman on the south side early Friday.
Officers got that call around 12:45 in the morning to the reports of a shooting on Burton Avenue near Aaron Place.
Investigators say at least one shooter in a white vehicle opened fire on the corner house there. One bullet penetrated the wall and hit the woman in the head. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Her name has yet to be released. The suspect vehicle then drove away after the shooting. John Cruz, KTSA News.
SeaWorld's offering free admission to school teachers and preschoolers through the end of the season. If you have kiddos 5 and under, you can get free preschool cards online through April 29th. Active pre-K through 12th grade teachers can register for their free teacher cards with their teacher ID on ID.me. KTSA News Time is now 8:02. Rob Thompson stepping in right here with KTSA Sports.
And then there was one. We have a national champion in college hoops. Michigan, they took down UConn in the championship game last night, 69-63, in a hard-fought but easily won Michigan victory. Elliot Cadeau was named the most outstanding player. Finally, in the NBA, the Spurs did take care of business, 115-102 over the 76ers for their 60th win, but they did it at a price. Wemby had 17 points and 5 rebounds, but left the game with what is apparently a bruised rib and did not return after 16 minutes of action. Spurs get back to business tomorrow, welcoming in the Trailblazers to the Frost. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and a look at KTSA AccuWeather up next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Hey, it's Sean. If your AC is struggling, my friends at John Wayne can help you fast. Call John Wayne for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical, one company for the whole house. You get straight answers and clear options with no pressure. Now, if you think you need a new AC system, get a free estimate from John Wayne. Especially if another company told you that you need a big repair or a full replacement, get a free second opinion from John Wayne. A second opinion can save you from replacing a system you might not need to replace. Plus, a free estimate helps you compare your options and make a smart decision. John Wayne can inspect your system, explain what's going on, and tell you what makes the most sense. They handle AC repairs and full replacements every day here in San Antonio. So call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online. Either way, it's easy to get on the schedule, and you can see these great coupon offers plus other current deals on the John Wayne website. Click coupons for details. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
Hi, this is Bob Webster. Don't go through another dry period without a guaranteed water source. Learn about rainwater from my friends at Tanks A Lot in Bernie. Call them at 830-331-7330. Tanks A Lot.
Online at tanksalot.tx.com.
Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at evolvemedgroup.com.
Need a new AC? Right Home Services has a complete install, up to 3 tons, for just $89.99. It's Martin Bomber from the KTSA Rockin' Home Show. Call Right Home Services at 210-444-0000.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time 8:05. Rush hour is happening. Let's get a look at what's going on with KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Good morning. Got a couple of new trouble spots. A stall at 281 southbound Redland Road off to the shoulder. A little bit of a delay from Stone Oak Parkway. 410 eastbound as you approach Blanco Road. That stall is taking up a right lane. A little bit of a delay from Callahan. It's going to set you back about 5 minutes or so. I-10 westbound, that on-ramp from Woodlake Parkway, east side, that stall is blocking the entrance ramp. And noticing delays along 35 southbound Schwab Road on down to Olympia Parkway. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Rather cloudy today, the high of 76. Still mostly cloudy tonight. Comfortable with the low down to 58 along the Riverwalk and 49 in the Hill Country. Some early sun then turning cloudy with a passing shower in the afternoon Wednesday, the high 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
52 degrees, mostly clear skies right now. San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Now, that turns out to be about 3:30 their time morning, because they're close to 8 hours or so ahead of us, a little bit longer than that. So we're dealing with, if it happens at 8 o'clock Eastern time, sometime in the middle of the night for Iran. Could happen earlier, because the president doesn't really like to, show his hand when it comes to things like this. He likes to keep people guessing, which is a smart thing to do, obviously. I think the reason he is announcing it and talking about it as much as he is and putting it up on social media the way that he is to tell people to stay the hell away from bridges and stay away from power plants and stuff like that. Now,
which they may, just to jump in, which they may or may not be able to do. They may have no choice.
That's what I was just about to say, is that they are being told, requested by the Iranian leadership to go form human rings around these things, join hands. Kids, little children, they're athletes, they're top athletes who are kind of like heroes in their country and so on. Now, when they're requested, that means if you don't do it, you get a bullet between the eyes. And so what are they going to, obviously, what are they going to do? The president has been announcing that so that they can know to stay away. I wouldn't bet on the 8 o'clock. Now, the only thing that says to me that he would stick with the 8 o'clock is he's kind of a man like that. I told you 8 o'clock, I'm gonna wait till 8 o'clock.
He doesn't tend to bluff.
No,
he will misdirect sometimes.
Absolutely.
And he will overstate things sometimes.
Absolutely.
But I can't think of a single instance where he didn't say he was going to do something, or he said he was going to do something and then didn't do it.
If the Iranians don't have a huge change of heart today, and there's no indication that they will, then he's going to do this. It's going to happen. Now, the Secretary General of the UN said if he does this, it's a war crime. It is not. That's a load of bull crap. It is not a war crime at all, either under Geneva or The Hague, either one. And they're talking about Democrats here now saying, well, we're going to drag him in front of The Hague and we're going to put him on trial.
Well,
we're going to hang him and all that stuff. They can talk about that all they want to. Both of those conventions are the war conventions of the world, of the globe, and they limit attacks against things like churches and hospitals and schools. I don't want to hear bull crap from these globalists and from the Democrats in this country. First of all, the Democrat death cult is real. So you want to talk about killing people? They kind of have the corner on that market, if you want to look at it that way.
Well, it's also an absurd comparison or an absurd statement, given what we know Iran and Islamic radical terrorist guys do all around the planet, which is use civilians and set up so civilians get hurt.
Well,
that's their game plan. That's what they always do.
The world had to sit and watch Hamas do that, which Hamas is an arm of Iran. Okay,
yeah.
They are funded by and backed by Iran, and they did that in Gaza for the longest time. Not one word from the UN Secretary General during this entire conflict, while Iran is dropping cluster bombs on innocent civilians, hospitals, and schools inside of Israel. That's okay. You can bomb civilians and civilian infrastructure inside of Israel. We're not going to say a word about that.
Right.
But you take out the regime in Iran, and you're committing a war crime.
We have learned in just the last few years that the UN is just rotten with Islamic sympathizers and didn't we? I think that was some commission inside the United Nations that was set up to deal with the Arabian Peninsula, and was largely populated by people who are connected to the Iranian government and Hezbollah and groups like that.
Well, the Security Council, every time they have a vote, they vote against the United States and against Israel.
Right.
Every single time. Not one time have they voted in favor of Israel. Even after October 7th, they voted against Israel, saying Israel caused that to happen to themselves.
Well, if they're so concerned about churches, too, they don't seem to be concerned about them in Nigeria.
They don't care. They don't care. So I think that this is going to be a really interesting evening this evening.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition.
Complete demolition could happen tonight. Now, there are reports that have been going around the media. The E-4B plane has been flying. They saw it yesterday in Nebraska around on top of one of the Air Force bases in Nebraska, and then it landed a little bit later. Don't let that alarm you. That it's called the Doomsday plane. It is there for a purpose. There's a whole fleet of them, in fact. They're a flying Pentagon, so that if there's a nuke attack of some kind against us, our officials from the Pentagon, from the president, the vice president, and on down the line can get on this doomsday. Well, again, there's a fleet of them, doomsday planes,
right,
and operate the country from the sky, where they won't be affected by the nuclear fallout, so on and so forth. In fact, it's so well fortified that it withstands if there's a nuclear attack in the United States. It withstands
That's
all of that.
That's a pretty powerful plane, man.
It's incredible. and like I said, there's a whole bunch of them. So the fact that they saw it flying around yesterday is not indicative of because they fly them all the time.
Right.
So the vice president, however, is talking in Hungary.
There are so many ways in which the United States and Hungary have been great economic partners, and that partnership has really accelerated over the past couple of years under President Trump's leadership. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here primarily, Victor, because of the economic cooperation between our countries. I'm here because of the moral cooperation between our two countries. Because what the United States and Hungary together represent under Victor's leadership and under President Trump's leadership is the defense of Western civilization.
Bingo.
The defense of the idea that children should be able to go to school and get educated and not indoctrinated. The defense of the idea that European and American families should be able to transport themselves and be able to afford to heat and cool their homes. The defense of the idea that we are founded on a certain Christian civilization and Christian values that animate everything from freedom of speech to rule of law to respect for minority rights and protection of the vulnerable. There is so much that unites the United States and Hungary, and unfortunately, there have been too few people who have been willing to stand up for the values of Western civilization. Viktor Orban is the rare exception that is.
So the vice president's out there, and he's part of this negotiation that's been going on with Iran through Pakistan and the other countries. Turkey's involved in the negotiation as well. So unless there's going to be some sort of change today from Iran, stuff's going to start breaking there tonight.
Again, when it comes to Trump, for me, as far as what will happen, I don't try to predict. I just look at I'm repeating myself, but he doesn't bluff. He never bluffs. If he says he's going to do it and the circumstances arise where he has to do it, he does it. I mean, he is the guy who took out that huge nuclear plant underground with the bombs that went under the ground and tore the crap out of that thing. It's taken my breath away, the language, though. And I'm not criticizing. I'm saying this is serious business. He just posted, a whole civilization will die tonight.
Correct.
Combine that with the post over the weekend calling them bastards and all this stuff, and everybody got bent out of joint over the language. It's like, hey, listen to what he's saying. What he's saying is in no uncertain terms, and yeah, sometimes profane, but he ain't messing around. Now, he also is a deal maker, and we talk about this all the time. He's probably afforded them all kinds of off-ramps to this thing that maybe we know about, maybe we don't know about. But he ain't screwing around. That I do know.
One of the things that's happening right now as we speak is Karg Island is under attack, which is a big deal. And also Israel just announced that there will be strikes against the infrastructure inside. This is what the president said yesterday. We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil and everything else. So, again, he knows what he's doing. I trust him. He has, the president that we have dreamed about our entire lives. That's how I started the show this morning. And you're watching him take command of a situation where for 47 years, all the other presidents have been BS'd, and he said that yesterday, been BS'd by this regime. He's not being BS'd. He's taking it to him. He's finally doing what needs to be done.
Yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that...
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your...
That's it right there. That's the difference maker when it comes to Donald Trump. I don't care about my critics. I've got stuff to do, and I'm going to do it regardless of what the critics say.
I would imagine, it's true of all of us, but I certainly would imagine it's true of the president that, if you were to be thin-skinned and allow the criticism to get under your skin and affect your decision-making process, you shouldn't be president.
Well, that was Barack.
And that was Barack. Well, and I think, if we want to talk about who was passively fine with Iran existing with the current regime, or who was an active partner, I think you could make the argument that Barack Obama was obviously an active partner.
No, I've said it a million times.
He
because
sent them cash when they couldn't use the banking system.
His right-hand person, Valerie Jarrett, look her up. Her family is a rich Persian family from Iran, and she wants that regime to exist. So when he was president, his priority, not just a side issue, his priority was funding the radical terrorism that came out of Iran. And he did it with our money.
And I think ideologically he was in line,
whether he was
there or not.
Of course he was.
So as far as the events of today, I think it's impossible to really predict exactly what's going to happen. I just know that if he doesn't get what he wants, that is going to happen.
Well, let's listen to more of his talk about his mental health yesterday.
Mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues.
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along.
All right, so suddenly the press is concerned about the president's mental health.
Used to make beer brewed here. It is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lake. They want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about. And then that's him lying around.
Let's talk mental health of a president, shall we? All right, more Ware and Rima coming up. Well, as you turn on the news today, you hear a lot, particularly if you're a business leader, you own a business, or you're a CEO of a company, or a president of a company, or a chairman of the board of a company, something like that. There's a lot about AI. And AI truly is going to be transformative of not only our society, but business and the way business is done. Globally, everywhere. So if you run or have any kind of input into a medium to large size business, you definitely want to be at the head of the AI train. But you can, if you rush into it now, that's a fast track to security breaches, compliance nightmares, and you're going to waste a whole lot of money too. That's why I want you to get in touch with Bridgehead IT and get your AI assessment done from Bridgehead IT. They sit down with your team. They identify where AI can actually deliver measurable value and where it's just a whole lot of noise. They prioritize protecting your sensitive data and ensuring your transition is secure from day one. They're not going to sell you the latest shiny object or the trending bot. No, that's not what they're going to do. They're going to give you a strategy. It all starts with the AI assessment right now from Bridgehead IT. Focusing on clarity, not hype, is what it's all about at Bridgehead IT. Log on today and mention Trey Ware at bridgeheadit.com. AccuWeather, sun and clouds today with a high in the mid-70s. Right now, 48 at KTSA.
Good morning. A stall at 410 eastbound right as you approach Blanco Road is causing about a 10-minute delay. Move on over to your left side. That right lane blocked. I-10 westbound, the on-ramp from Woodlake Parkway, east side of town. That stall is blocking the entrance ramp. Bit slow along 35 southbound Schwab Road on down to Olympia Parkway. 1604 eastbound at Heber. That stall's been moved off a main lane, now off to the shoulder. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
The headlines the others miss. From Texas to the nation and around the world. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hey, it's Sean. If you want to prevent an AC breakdown at your home, start with the $89 AC tune-up from John Wayne. This tune-up includes a full 35-point inspection to keep your AC running factory fresh. Now, they don't just glance at it. They go through the system step by step. John Wayne will remove the top of your condenser fan to clean the inside of your unit properly from the inside out. That deep cleaning helps remove debris that could rust out the base of your unit. A tune-up can also help your system run better, longer, and more reliably when the heat hits. And if your system is older and you're ready for an upgrade, ask about their new AC system options. John Wayne has a cooling coupon for up to $3,000 off new qualifying AC systems. See their current offers online at johnwayne.com. Call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online and get it knocked out before the next heat wave. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
What does it mean to work with one of the largest personal injury law firms in Texas? At Thomas J. Henry, it means we can put our team of experts to work for you. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. The name you know, the firm you trust. Principal office, San Antonio.
I get to talk to you about Southwest Metal Roofing Systems, and again, a company I know, I trust. They're the ones I had put on my roof probably 25 years back. Still absolutely beautiful, never had one single problem with it. Called them back and said, hey, would you consider putting a roof on my barn? So this past year, several thousand square feet of roof on my barn. They do all kinds of homes, businesses, outbuildings, and the material they use is true lifetime quality. It's a Galvalume type material, and it simply doesn't rust out or go bad. My roof looks as good as the day they installed it. It truly is a lifetime roof. They give you the best guarantee in the industry. Most insurance companies will give you a discount on your homeowner's insurance. I just love Southwest Metal Roofing Systems. They do the job. They're prompt. They clean up after themselves, and you will truly get the best roof in the industry. Give them a call, 210-822-6868. It's 210-822-6868 for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
San Antonio's conservative superstation. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Going to the Dogs Thursday and Friday. Thursday, we're going to be in studio here with John O'Hurley, raising money for the Puppy Food Bank. And on Friday, you can come on down, our Alamo Lounge at KTSA, have breakfast with us, pet adoption, dog adoption going on, and help us raise money for the Puppy Food Bank. That's this Thursday and Friday at KTSA.
And you can go to puppyfoodbank.org if you want to make a direct donation, or all the info as far as what we're doing is at ktsa.com. Well, we're talking a lot of, dark, depressing death stuff, who knows how the day is going to go. But life always finds a way. There was a really cool story about a woman who was flying into New York City from Jamaica, and she went into labor. Well, now you've been a aviation guy your whole life. You ever see anybody have to give birth on a plane?
Never have.
And she actually did get. They have on the pilot. You can hear the pilot saying, "Is it out yet?" And as they're coming in, I can't remember if it was one of the flight tower guys or a pilot. Flight tower guy said, you ought to name it Kennedy. She ought to name it Kennedy because they're flying into Kennedy Airport, obviously. Mm-hmm. And I just thought it was a really cool story. And they said that, the flight crew didn't freak out.
No.
They kept their cool.
Sure.
They have protocols or training that if something like that were to happen, as I understand it. So they kept it together, and the kid was born on mid-flight.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times, first thing they do is ask for a doctor.
Well, sure, yeah.
Is there a doctor on
the plane?
Yeah, doctor on board, and then they'll do whatever needs to be done.
Right.
But, oh, yeah, man, you just have to sit there and grin and bear it.
Now, well, literally, because they're only going to have, I don't know what kind of, what they're going to have on the plane as far as medical stuff.
Well, they clear out the minibar.
Yeesh.
Well, seriously, it's like
drinks all around.
Can you get her another Jack, please?
Get her another couple of shots.
That's it.
This is gonna hurt.
She's gonna need some vodka.
Because I was worried. Like they're not gonna have I don't know what kind of medical stuff they carry on commercial flights.
You know what? They have standard first aid kits a lot of times.
Is that pretty much it, or is it?
Yeah, and some of the first aid kits have some pretty strong, painkiller kind of stuff.
Don't they have the paddle jumpers too?
They do
on planes.
They do. Not all of them, but yes, they do. So, I mean, they have ways of keeping you going, keeping you alive.
Well, it kept a couple, one person and a new person together. But I thought that was a really charming story.
The miracle of childbirth is just absolutely amazing.
It really is. It really is.
It's just incredible.
When you see it with your own eyes, it's we are biological critters, and that's how we continue.
We had a hippie doctor.
A hippie doctor?
When we was pregnant. And we did the whole Looms thing where you go and you meditate.
Oh, I went to classes.
Did you do that?
Oh, yeah.
And then when the kids were born, I got to do both of them.
Oh, really?
He moved over he said, come here. And he moved over to the side. And with Justin, who was first, I got to cut the umbilical cord. I still have the scissors and all.
Oh, wow.
And got to cut the umbilical cord and be a part of all that. And with Rebecca, I actually got to turn her shoulders and ease her into the world.
My kid was cesarean.
Yeah.
So she just kind of lifted up, lifted up, past the curtain. But I'll never forget, they were listening to Incense and Peppermints in the delivery room. So that song for the rest of my life, every time I hear it, they're like, the kid's being born, and they're bopping out to, the 60s hippie music. There you go.
That's right. But you think back to when we were born, Dad was out in the lobby smoking.
Yeah, right.
And Mom was in the room.
You were never there.
Yeah, that's it. And they actually stayed overnight back in the day.
Right.
Now they just kick you out.
Yeah.
You just had a kid, get out of here.
But, I mean, point being, we didn't have to see our kids being born on a plane in the aisle.
No, but that kid will have a story.
That kid's, and totally you got to go with a name that is somehow aviation-based. I think Kennedy, that's hilarious.
Kennedy's fine. I would name it after the plane, like Boeing.
Boeing?
Because there's so many other Kennedys in the world. We got one on TV.
Is it a boy?
I don't know.
I don't think
Jet would be
specified.
Cool.
Jet's a good one,
So how do you classify the birth certificate? Where were they born?
I was going to say it, Jamaican, or is this a New York citizen?
Don't know.
You're born in the air.
Man, we got to wait
what
for
are the immigration laws?
The Supreme Court's got a rule.
We need the Supreme Court to intervene. Kid might be Jamaican. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting question when you're born in the air.
That is the question, isn't it?
Where exactly are you?
Yeah.
You're
it depends on the airspace.
You're flying over different states.
Depends on the airspace.
That's what I'm saying. Like, does the airspace determine,
I would think so.
This is my
Floridian
daughter.
or a New Yorker?
This is my daughter international.
Yeah.
This is my daughter international.
Right.
Dual citizenship.
Dual citizenship.
Well, maybe.
What are they going to do? Send an ice agent into the airplane to make sure that when she's born, she has papers and whatnot? Sorry, I had to put some
if it's Trump that they will grab that baby right away and put it under a aluminum in a room on a cold floor in San Antonio.
Grab that kid, man. He's illegal.
Like a little baked potato.
That's
it. My God.
That's right. Little tiny one, about this big. Alamo Water Softeners will do a great job taking the hard water deposits out of your water. Not an optional piece of equipment down here, that's for sure. A water softener is mandatory around here because we have some of the hardest water anywhere you're going to find in the country, right here. And Alamo Water Softeners was begun for that very reason in 2009 by my friend Alan Townsend. He started this company because he was working for Brand X, who sold a national made, type of water softener, and it didn't do the job for here. It just didn't. Alamo Water Softeners, they are completely different. And right now, for a limited time, I got a special for you. When you purchase a select water softener system from Alamo Water Softeners, you're going to get a free reverse osmosis drinking water system. These things are valued at, $700-800. So this is no El Cheapo gift. This is a really important thing. I'm drinking coffee that was made with the RO coffee at my house. Love the Alamo Water Softeners. Helps you deal with water damage, your pipes, your appliances, your fixtures, all the stuff that comes in contact with water. Hard water is going to destroy it over time. Also, your hair and your clothing. If you've noticed your clothing is losing its colors and so on and so forth quickly, if you have soft water from Alamo Water Softeners, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Log on today and mention Trey Ware. Take advantage of this special. It's only for a limited time. They're going to have to move on from this pretty soon. So log on today and invite them out to your house for a free water analysis. AlamoWaterSofteners.com.
Let our team keep your home running comfortable and worry-free. Call on Mr. Electric for all your electrical needs. 210-248-2026. Or get a hold of us online at MrElectric.com and enter your zip code.
License number TECL 34221.
Prior to this past month, when I'm looking at maybe doing a bathroom renovation with Zintex Remodeling Group, that's their specialty. They've done it for over a quarter century, renovating and installing bathrooms for folks in as little as one day. But initially, it was just about maybe getting a bigger bathtub. But now, with my back problems, I'm thinking I might need some safety stuff as I get older in my bathroom. And that's their specialty, bathroom installations and remodels. They offer free, no-obligation in-home consultations. We're going to have them come by the place and take a look at our ideas for both our bathrooms. You should do the same. In fact, this is a great time to talk to my friends at Zintex Remodeling Group. You will receive $1,000 off your project or no interest for 12 months. Plus, when you mention KTSA to your design consultant, you'll also get a free fold-down bench seat with your purchase. So Get scheduled with a design consultant right now. It's very easy. Just go to the website, zintex.com. That's ZINTEX.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 210-201-7100. That's 210-201-7100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Nothing I hate in the car business more than a bunch of damn liars. That's why I created GiveMeTheVIN.com. Go to Give Me the VIN, put in your license plate number, we'll buy your car. We do what we say we're going to do when we say we're going to do it without a bunch of games. We come to you with a check or pay off your payoff. Look at what people have had to say about GiveMeTheVIN.com. It's real. It's here. We're the Amazon now of car buyers, and we want to buy yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-296-6868. That's 800-296-6868.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
President Trump could start taking out Iranian infrastructure tonight if the country does not make a deal to end the war, and he's brushing off the idea he's committing war crimes. The Artemis 2 mission now headed back to Earth. We'll find out when 4 astronauts will be splashing down later this week. And a local minister now charged with sexually abusing minors. 2 might have been relatives. More on these stories and others on the way at 9 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 8:34.
Good morning. As you head into your commute, we do have a couple of trouble spots. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. On 410 eastbound as you approach Blanco Road, that's a stall right lane, still causing about a 10-12 minute delay, slow from Exchange Parkway. On I-10 westbound, that on-ramp from Woodlake Parkway, that's a stall, entrance ramp blocked. And still rolling a bit slowly along 35 southbound Schwab Road on down to Olympia Parkway. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP or MADD.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Cloudy skies on our Tuesday, but pleasant temps with the high of 76. Mostly cloudy tonight, the low dipping down to 58 along the Riverwalk and 49 in the Hill Country. Early sun then turning cloudy with a passing afternoon shower Wednesday, the high of 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Partly cloudy skies and 55 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. Christian Blood, stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 107.1.
Okay, it's 8:35 now. Ware and Rima, KTSA, 210-599-5555. We want to hear from you about the president, the future president of Venezuela, by the way. President Trump, he says we're taking it to him. An entire civilization is going to cease to exist. Look, we were just looking at images of them a second ago, and bottom line is this regime, they represent savages from the Dark Ages. That's what we're dealing with here. Before they came into power in 1979, the Shah of Iran had a very cosmopolitan, very Western-friendly, if you will, type of culture over there. Women could wear dresses. Women could wear makeup. Women could actually work in Iran.
They were excelling in the medical field of the Mideast.
First of all, you can go back centuries, and the Persian people have just been incredibly smart, intellectual, talented,
culturally
people. Just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. At one time, they made New York look like a bunch of country hicks. That's how the Persian people have been. throughout history. They have been taken way back since 1979 by these idiots who have been running this thing since 1979 and declared war on the entire world. And President Trump didn't start a war. He's ending another war that's been going on for 47 years. The media needs to say it the way it is.
Well, you're already expecting way too much of them.
Oh, of course. I always do.
You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this war?
I do, because
And
God
have you
is
sought his
good.
direction?
Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, "Oh boy, they're so tough." They don't like.
You said about Hegseth and Cain.
Right. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, "You deserve the Nobel Prize." She announced that when they announced, they said, "Goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person." She said, No. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan.
So the proof that what he's trying to say here is that, I'm not a warmonger. I hate wars. I try to end as many as I can. And the fact of the matter is that's what he's doing here. He's ending a war. He's ending a war not only that they have caused against the United States. Keep in mind, this very regime has killed thousands of our people, thousands of Americans globally. So he is actually doing what the other presidents would not do because they were BS'd by this regime for 47 years.
And they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none. Because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why.
Well, that's what it is, and that's what we're dealing with here. And he's going to. But anyway, I'm not going to take up too much time. I just want to. The Venezuelan thing. He said yesterday. Hey, listen, when I'm done with this, I think I'm just going to. I'm going to learn Spanish and become the president of Venezuela.
Right.
So that would be great. But our phones are open. Are you opposed to what he is about to do by wiping out their bridges and their power plants tonight, or do you support it? 210-599-5555.
Well, and you look at how people live, and he talked about blasting them back to the Stone Age. You look at how people live. People love to say because some evangelicals voted for Trump that they're living in a theocracy here. Okay, you go live in Iran, you're dealing with real first century stuff. I mean, they honestly will bury you up to your neck and throw rocks at your head until you are dead. I mean, they're way before medieval. They're not even going medieval on people. They're going first century on people, where the treatment of other human beings, especially women, who do not abide by their religious law, is beyond imagination.
Well, let's listen to him talk about that.
47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen, because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
Well,
so here's a question. Let me put it in the terms of where I've tried to set this, the context of where I've tried to set this entire conflict. Would you have allowed Adolf Hitler to have a nuclear weapon, or would you have moved heaven and earth to stop him from having a nuke? Would you have put pallets of untraceable cash on airplanes unmarked in the middle of the night and flown that cash to Adolf Hitler?
Right.
Because that's what Barack Hussein did.
And I think of all the presidents that we're talking about, I don't think Barack Obama was BS'd. I think Barack Obama was a willing participant. But just to go back to the God question for a second, because that was a fascinating moment. Where do you think it's God's will, or God wants you to be doing what you're doing? It's like we're dealing with people who say God wants them to treat its own citizens the way they do. God wants them to have a nuclear bomb to take out, however much of the population they would be able to had they been allowed to continue.
Okay.
That's what they say God wants. And you're asking him, you're asking Trump, because they're trying to hitch him up on some kind of God question, But look at the people we're dealing with. Look at their notion of God.
Let's take the Bible. Where in the Bible does God tell them to do this to their own people? He doesn't.
Well,
it's not
Bible,
there.
yeah.
It's not there. So this is something that they have made up in order to, just as Hitler did his people, to justify their killing. They truly are religious zealots, and so was Hitler. He was a demonically, satanically proven guy who was there to wipe out God's chosen people, the Israelis, the Jews.
I've actually heard from Muslims over the years, individual folks, that the religion itself was kind of hijacked by these people, the radicals and the zealots who and you'll find that in just about every religion on the planet, that you have radicalized versions of it where they use scripture to kind of justify really just killing people and doing whatever they want. And I've actually had Muslims in my world who have said, you don't understand, like the people that you read about that are doing this, they pretty much hijack the religion to justify dominating people and oppressing people.
Lee, what do you think? You're on.
Well, just from past experience being in Iraq and Afghanistan, when we destroy their electrical abilities, that's going to affect their water, their food, and we're going to kill a lot of innocent people with that, and we're going to radicalize a lot more.
I take a different view.
Because the average Iranian is not for this administration, and they're not a part of this. So we're going to affect them for doing nothing other than just being a citizen of Iran.
So
I don't agree.
When you say most Iranians don't agree with this, what do you base that on?
Well, you've had all the protests against the government, the 30,000 people that died because they protested the government. There's a lot more. They're just not brave enough to go to the streets.
There's 45,000 that they have killed in the past 2 months. 45,000 of their own people that they have shot. They have snipers on the streets and they shoot people in the forehead. The people of Iran just want an opportunity to overthrow this regime. This is why, and I don't know, Lee, what your position is on the Second Amendment, but this is why I will fight to the death for the Second Amendment in this country. This is a prime example as to why we have the Second Amendment. And it's the number one reason you have a Second Amendment, and I will fight to die to the death to make sure we preserve the Second Amendment so we're never in the position that the Iranian people are in right now. I don't believe it's going to radicalize them. I think it's going to turn them against their government, and they're going to overthrow this government as soon as they have a chance.
I think you'll always have people who will be radicalized by stuff like this, but they certainly aren't the majority. The majority of the people in that country, is based on everything I've seen and heard, are living in constant fear.
The people who are going to be radicalized already are.
Yeah, they're
in fact, the people, well, okay, let's listen to the president address that. Lee, listen closely to this. And John and Mike, I'm coming to your calls in just a second. But listen to the president yesterday.
Why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom.
Okay, look, here's the deal. To Lee and everybody else, we can't superimpose our Western convenience on what these people are living in over there. We've got a Chick-fil-A and a Starbucks and a gas station on every single corner in this country. We don't know what oppression is. We have no clue what oppression is. The people over there know what oppression is, and to live without some power or without a bridge down the road, they're fine with that if that means this oppression is going to end.
And I guarantee you, though, as far as the bridges, they're going to load people up on those bridges. You know they will.
Hey, John, go right ahead. You're on KTSA.
Hey, Trey, I just, comment about these people that want to use the Bible against what Trump is doing. Have you ever, like in the Old Testament, read or heard of a story that maybe God told someone, one of his leaders, to go into take a territory or an area and kill everything, everyone and everything and leave people standing?
Absolutely, it's there.
So to say that God has never done that, come on, man. You don't know the Bible then.
Well, so what you're saying, you're saying it's okay to justify what the Iranians do to their own people, innocent people.
Absolutely not.
Huh?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, he's pointing out that, God certainly told, Jewish armies to go into an area and don't leave
anybody
living.
That was a specific instruction to a specific group of people.
He's just making an observation.
No, I know, and I'm going to bring the truth. That was a specific instruction to a specific group of people that he was moving to a specific place to bring freedom. To bring freedom. That's exactly what God was doing at that time, and he did. He sent them into Canaan to wipe out the Canaanites, and guess what? They didn't do it, and it ended up coming back and costing the Hebrews. Hey, Mike, you're on. What are you thinking, Mike? Go ahead.
Howdy. I got a problem with Islam because they're bribing their people into an eternity of fleshly pleasure, and versus Christianity, who entices you into a life of eternity in the glory of God.
Okay. Well, let's try to stay on focus here. What Donald Trump is going to do tonight: bridges and power plants. Do you support or are you opposed to it? We'll take a quick break. More Ware and Rima coming up. Say about Stevens Roofing. It's that time of year, and we have these storms come through. And we got a lot of rain last week, that's for sure. I hope your roof is okay. We had some wind last week as well. I hope you're good. But there's only one way to know, and that's to get that free roof inspection from Stevens Roofing at 210-785-0994. Do not wait until the next rain, probably going to come Friday. Don't wait till then to get your roof inspected. Have them come on out right away and do that free roof inspection to make sure you're good to go when the rains hit again this coming Friday. They're family-owned. They're a local company. They understand South Texas weather because they're from South Texas. They're from right here, and they know what to look for when they're inspecting your roof. Whether they did the original install on that roof or not doesn't matter. Your roof has got to be sealed and secure and storm ready, and the company you can call to make sure that it is Stevens Roofing. Protecting your home, your investment, and, of course, your peace of mind. That's what it's all about. It's Stevens Roofing. So give them a call today at 210-785-0994. AccuWeather forecast, sunny clouds today, mid-70s for the high. Right now, 51 at KTSA.
Good morning. Got a couple of new trouble spots. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. An accident 281 southbound at Bitters, left lane. 10-minute delay has you slow from Thousand Oaks. Downtown 35 upper level southbound Martin Street. That's a stall, right lane. Still working a stall at 410 eastbound approaching Blanco Road, right lane blocked. And on I-10 westbound, that on-ramp from Woodlake Parkway, a stall blocking the entrance ramp. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA. Time saver traffic.
Rescue dogs. They have incredible backstories and appetites. San Antonio's no-kill dog rescues want to nourish all these good dogs until they find forever homes. So it's time again for the KTSA 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday from our studios and continues Friday from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with National Dog Show voice John O'Hurley, us, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday on KTSA.
Imagine a clinic where you can see your primary care provider who will actually help you reduce your medications and improve your overall health. A clinic where you are rewarded for getting rid of medications. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health, a place where you have a whole team of professionals that work together to balance your hormones, reduce your digestive issues, decrease inflammation, improve energy, sleep better, and get out of pain naturally. At the Institute for Functional Health, you receive state-of-the-art testing, education, and care. You are never alone, and you will have a team that is relentless in the pursuit to make you the best version of yourself. Now is the time to take care of your health. Call us at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. You don't have to worry, we can see you now. Call 468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. 468-1891.
Rhino Shield.
Trey Ware here. I sure do love Texas Rhino Shield at the warehouse. Why don't you check it out and you can take $2,500 off the Texas Rhino Shield application. It's warranted for 25 years. Check them out today at TexasRhinoShield.com and mention Trey Ware. TexasRhinoShield.com. What a life-changing experience it is when you go to Here in Texas. My story is a very simple one. I was born with hearing loss. My left ear basically had no hearing. My right ear had very high frequency loss. And when I went and saw Dr. Sally at Here in Texas, she discovered all of that. And she fitted me with hearing aids that have really changed my life. Now I hear my wife better than I ever have, my 2 granddaughters as well. I'm enjoying singing again and living my life. All because of Dr. Sally and the great team at Here in Texas. You know, they accept TRICARE. So if you're military dependent, they're ready to see you at Here in Texas. And they have this wonderful new subscription service. You know, technology changes so quickly these days. So when your hearing aids get out of date, you don't have to worry about buying a new pair because you've subscribed to their service at Here in Texas, HEAR. You're going to find some of the finest people anywhere, the latest, greatest technology, and you're going to hear things you've never heard before at Here in Texas. Log on today and mention Trey Ware. Here in TX.com.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
Need a new AC? Right Home Services has a complete install, up to 3 tons, for just $89.99. It's Martin Bomber from the KTSA Rockin' Home Show. Call Right Home Services at 210-444-0000.
Trey Ware here. There's more to Mummies than just feed. They are South Texas firearm headquarters with the great brands like Benelli, Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so many more. And all of the accessories. Mummies has everything. Mummies and Hondo.
What does it mean to work with one of the largest personal injury law firms in Texas? At Thomas J. Henry, it means we can put our team of experts to work for you. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. The name you know, the firm you trust. Principal office, San Antonio.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
One other thing real quick. If Iran puts human shields in front of it, you just said on bridges and stuff like that, if they do that, that's the actual war crime. Bombing the bridge, bombing the power plant is not a war crime. Using human shields.
Sure.
You can look at The Hague. You can look at Geneva. That is a war crime, and the UN Secretary General should be saying that. That's what he should be saying.
I mean, when they're already telling them to be human shields around power plants, and you know they're going to be going after bridges, it just seems to me like they're going to stack people up on those bridges as much as possible.
That's what I mentioned earlier.
What's up?
If he gave an 8 o'clock deadline, once they start seeing that these people are heeding the advice of the Iranian regime, they're probably going to bomb quicker than that.
It could be. I mean, you never know with Trump.
Oh, before they get them all out there, you mean?
It could be. But the bottom line is that's the actual war. Just saying it.
Oh, I agree.
Just telling people to go out there and be on the bridges and around the power plants is an actual war crime, and the UN Secretary General, instead of saying that, is saying Trump blowing it up is the war crime. He's got it completely ass backwards. Ass backwards.
It is really interesting. It is a very interesting day in history if you think about it. I was just telling you this off the air, in that we are literally going up against an enemy, not technologically, but mentally, intellectually, spiritually, are stuck in the first century. And yet simultaneously, we have people who are flying back from the moon, which is the apex, if you will, of human scientific understanding. It's just they're weird. It's a weird polarity that you have these two things, these two separate things going on on the same day.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
And that's why the aliens don't like us.
That's why the aliens are staying out of sight.
What were you going to say, Chris?
I'm just a news guy, and what do I know? But in World War II, we bombed the heck out of a lot.
Yeah.
In Germany.
Well, you had
bridges.
And there was no talk of war. Now, it's not something that you wanted to do, but you had to win. That's part of war.
Well, that's what I was saying this morning when we started the show, was that you have to go after the infrastructure because the infrastructure supports the war making.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't take the bridges out, they can still continue. If you don't take the power out, they can still continue.
Yeah, well,
you got to have power to launch missiles,
Right.
okay? And so they use the power to communicate, number one, and number two, to do what they do to blow our stuff up. Okay, let's say this to the Secretary General. They're using those power plants to kill innocent people in Israel with the cluster bombs.
Yeah.
So we take out the power plants. They can't kill innocent people in Israel.
Well,
it's true.
Here is my and you know, you look at Normandy, and we blew the hell out of a lot of bridges and prior
all
to
over Europe.
Overlord.
All over
But I mean,
Europe.
as far as the United Nations, here is my response to this guy saying that Donald Trump will be guilty of war crimes if he goes after the infrastructure. Who cares? Who cares what that guy says? I don't care. I think I might care a little more about what the PM of New Zealand, who also says this is going to be awful, it's going to be a war crime. I don't give a crap what either one of them says, and I don't think Donald Trump does either.
Well, no, he doesn't for sure.
Yeah.
But again, it just invalidates this UN atrocity that's been a screwed up mess since it came into fruition, and it needs to go away. It needs to go. We should have gone away from this a long time ago.
Right.
And if they want to bring up the president on charges, that's fine. Just yank all the money from the UN.
Yeah.
Just don't send another penny.
I won't have any money to turn the lights on in the international
without
court.
the United States, there is not a UN and there's not a NATO without the United States and our money. Stop it all.
Go ahead. Yeah. Dress us down, drag us before a court, see how that works out for you. I don't think it's keeping. I don't think what NATO and the United Nations think is keeping Donald Trump awake at night.
Of course it's not.
He doesn't give a crap, man.
More Ware and Rima coming up, KTSA.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks. It's about comfort, safety, and function, too. Trey Ware here with Safe Showers and Bathwise. They have now joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more. They're the same trusted people, same great service, and now a whole lot more for you and your new bathroom remodel. New Bath Today still offers beautiful new showers, tub-to-shower conversions, walk-in tubs, and safety upgrades, but now they've expanded to include more complete bathroom remodeling, including toilets, flooring, vanities, and more. So whether you want a safer shower or a total bathroom refresh, I recommend you get in touch with New Bath Today. They can help you create a bathroom that looks better, feels better, and works better for your life. You get quality products, expert installation, and a smoother experience from start to finish. And right now, get $1,500 off your new shower plus low monthly payments. Get your free quote today at newbathtoday.com. New Bath Today, the same trusted team now with more for your bathroom. Newbathtoday.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 9 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. President Trump wants Iran to make a deal or risk losing its power plants and more bridges. And Israel is warning Iranians to stay off public trains as well.
There are these constant reminders that these attacks are ongoing, and of course that deadline issued by President Trump expires just as dawn rises here in the Gulf on Wednesday morning. President Trump has said if he chooses to, he could obliterate the entire country, Iran, in the space of 4 hours.
That's correspondent Lorna Gordon in Dubai. Iran has been attacking there. A press briefing at the Pentagon this morning has been canceled. We've got more on the latest happening in the Middle East on the front page at KTSA.com. The Artemis 2 mission now headed back to Earth, and that comes after a historic loop around the moon on Monday.
The entire flyby of the backside took about 7 hours or so. Today, the crew is in for some science, some manual flying, and some deserved downtime.
It's correspondent Mark Strassman. The astronauts are expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego Friday. A local minister now charged with sexually abusing minors, and 2 are said to be relatives. San Antonio police picked up 50-year-old Ryan Pena on Friday. Investigators say he's a senior leader at Church of Acts on the far west side. 2 women tell police they were sexually abused by Pena for years. He's charged with sexual abuse of a child under 14. It's possible other victims are also coming forward and talking to police. If you think Texas is the only place where rattlesnakes are a problem, then think again.
6 people have been bitten by rattlesnakes in Southern California in recent weeks. 2 of the victims have died. 14-year-old Bailey Vanden Bosch was bitten after falling off her mountain bike.
And my ankle was bleeding, but I thought it just I didn't feel the bite. And then I thought I just broke my ankle. My face started tingling, and then my hearing went out. My body just didn't feel good.
Wildlife experts in Southern California say unusually warm weather has brought an early start to rattler season, meaning they're venturing from their typical winter and spring hiding places.
It's correspondent Jim Krasula. KTSA News Time, 9:03.
Good morning. As we start to get out of our morning rush hour, we've cleared a lot of our trouble. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. That accident at 281 southbound at Bitters has cleared. The stall at 35 upper level, southbound Martin Street downtown, that's gone. And they also picked up that stall at 410 eastbound approaching Blanco Road. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Rather cloudy today, the high of 76. Still mostly cloudy tonight. Comfortable with the low down to 58 along the Riverwalk and 49 in the Hill Country. Some early sun, then turning cloudy with a passing shower in the afternoon Wednesday, the high 77. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
57 degrees and some sunshine at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
Well, I was saying earlier, and I'm just waiting for it, any minute now, the clock is going to go up on the Fox page up here in the lower right-hand corner.
Right.
We're 8 hours and 56 minutes away from the Donald, whatever, so, whatever it is. But
right.
We're several hours away from 8 o'clock tonight, 7 o'clock our time, when President Trump pulls the trigger. Trey Yingst over at Fox says this.
Israeli defense official telling me just now, the Islamic regime's greatest vulnerability is energy. They describe the energy system in Iran as the Achilles heel for the Islamic Republic because roughly 50% of Iran's GDP is based on their energy program. And this is part of the reason that the president is focusing his threats on the energy infrastructure inside of Iran. The president understands that when it comes to the Iranian regime, the 2 things that are keeping this regime afloat are their energy infrastructure that is used to funnel money to the IRGC and the weapons that are currently being used against U.S. forces and allies across the region, and the oil infrastructure. And as Fox can confirm, overnight, dozens of U.S. strikes targeted Karg Island, where 90% of Iran's oil exports are located. This gives you a sense that the United States is looking once again to send a final message to the Iranian regime. The president on Truth Social just moments ago sending a final message to the Iranian regime.
Well, this is the classic and ultimate FAFO, where they have just, for 47 years, though, they have been doing this to the entire world, but primarily to us. And Donald Trump didn't start this war. He was very clear in 1979, 1980, 1983, 1986, 1989, and then into the 90s that this needed to be dealt with and needed to be dealt with then. If we would have had leadership back then, first of all, under Jimmy Carter, when it happened, who should have at that moment wiped these people from the face of the earth because of what they did to our guys there for 444 days. But since that time, they have killed Americans, whether you talk about Beirut or you want to talk about Khobar Towers, you want to talk about anywhere that we could talk about where they have, and most recently, of course, in Iraq and Israel and other places where they have killed Americans left and right. This is the first time we've had a president, and my beloved Ronald Reagan is included in my statement. First time we've had a president that says, we're done. We're not playing this game anymore.
And you're right. You can find video of Trump saying this, 30, 40 years ago. But the forces allied against him within his own country in the media are absolutely harping that this is, he wasn't going to start any wars, and here he is. They conveniently forget the 4 decades that went, almost 5 decades that went on, stuff that went on before Trump even showed up as president.
In fact, when this happened, this general was fired last week by Pete Hegseth. I'm sure you guys talked about that.
We did.
Okay, he was a top guy over there for the Army. Told him he was told to take his retirement.
Yeah.
He's on video, and it's on my X account. Maybe I'll pull that up here in a little bit and try to play a little bit of it. But he's on video saying Pete Hegseth is a war criminal for what we're doing in Iran.
Right.
This is the guy who is supposed to be supporting what you're doing, who is supposed to be helping you accomplish your goals. And instead of doing any of that, he's saying you're a war criminal. Well, that's why he was told you need to take your retirement and get out of here right now, because you're right. There are forces within our own government leaking to hostile media the fact that there is another pilot over there that we had to go get, putting that pilot's life in danger.
Yeah.
That's treason.
I really didn't even, because, again, things happened so fast once we got to Saturday of this past weekend that it really wasn't until Sunday that I sat and thought, somebody must have leaked that, because they weren't confirming anything about a second person being out there, about the first plane going down. Nothing was confirmed. And so when I heard Trump talking about that yesterday, I'm like, well, hell yeah, you need to find out who that person is that leaked that information. That you endangered that airman's life. The fact that he is a president of the United States and he's got people still entrenched like cockroaches around him that are his enemies.
Let's listen
and
to
enemies of this country.
Right. Let's listen to the Secretary of War talk about it.
One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message: God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday.
You're getting that, aren't you?
Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing.
The analogy, of course, being to Christ going into the tomb on Friday,
right.
being in the tomb all day on Saturday, and then resurrecting on Sunday.
It's a real-world metaphor for the resurrection.
Sure it is. And so what we're doing here is liberating a people, but also keeping us safe, because these people that run this country, they were going to use a nuke on us. There was no question about that by anybody.
Right.
And so this is bringing to close 50 years, if you want to put it that way, of a war that they have been bringing to us. And I want to talk about the leaker real quick here with the president and let you listen to him talk about that.
As you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information.
That's what we call aiding and abetting the enemy. That's treason at wartime, especially. And we used to execute traitors to the United States of America. I know we don't do that anymore because it's barbarian and all that kind of stuff. We should go back to some of that stuff. If we find out who the leaker is within our government, they should be brought up on charges of treason, and they should be treated as a traitor to the United States of America, because that's what that is.
And there's also a whole lot of media people that ran with that story, knowing what the implications would be. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you're right. Whoever this leaker is a traitor and needs to be dealt with, to the fullest extent of however we deal with people like that now. But there's also a lot of media people that ran with that story, and they also knew that it wasn't being confirmed by the White House. They also surely must have known that one of the reasons they weren't doing that is because they were trying to protect this second airman who was still out there.
Yeah.
So they all made a moral choice too.
Yeah. Well, I look at this and I go back to the Rosenberg cases and all the other cases along the way. And if you're a traitor to the United States of America, you should be hung. I believe that you should face the ultimate penalty if you are aiding the enemy and you're a traitor and committing treason against the United States. Now, I know we don't do that anymore. We should, because that's how you deal with people who are treasonous to your country. But whoever this leaker is, and I'm not talking about the people in the media, I'm talking about the people in our government.
We're not going to start hanging people from the media.
No, I'm talking about the people inside the government who are aiding and abetting the enemy, and there's plenty of them in our government who are rooting for the failure of the United States and the success of the Iranian regime.
Well,
that needs to end.
There's really no other way to characterize you leaking information that you had to have known would endanger that person's life.
You're helping the enemy.
There's really no other. There's no moral way around it.
What you ultimately wanted to have happen out of that was Iranians to either capture or kill that pilot to make Donald Trump look bad.
Well, yeah,
that's what you wanted.
So you're fine with that guy, and it would have been bad. It wouldn't have been a nice death, if you will. I imagine they got their hands on him. They would have made an example of him or had some fun with him or whatever. We know what they do. And you're willing to make that call because you think it'll make this president you don't like look bad.
That's correct.
Now, you think about that for a second.
Well, that was the point
I was making.
That's a hell of a choice. That was the point I was making, is that you wanted that to happen. That was the ultimate goal you were seeking. That's the only reason you would leak that information.
Yeah.
And really what probably they were hoping was the pilot, because you didn't know, the pilot was a female. Because you know what they would have done to a female pilot. Right? And we have female pilots in theater. This is this regime and how they would respond to a female pilot that they captured.
God.
So this is what you wanted to have happen, whoever the leaker is. You need to face the ultimate penalty of treason in the United States of America, because that's what you were doing.
I
you
agree.
became, at that point, an agent of our enemy.
Well, and you're right. I mean, I agree that's a treasonous act. Certainly it is. It's amazing to me how many people who can't shut up about their own morality and their empathy, and people like you and me, we don't care about people, and yet they fling people into the abyss left and right if it serves their political purposes. It's amazing to watch the era of Donald Trump unfold, because really, just by being on the planet, Donald Trump is showing us who people really are. Honestly. Because, I mean, who do you have to be that you're going to make that call? I'm going to leak this information because if something really bad happens to this airman, it might look this president, whom I don't like, make things bad for him. Well, who do you have to be morally and ethically inside yourself to make
Sean,
that call?
Their entire life, the people who have what we call TDS, their entire life is built on that. Every waking moment, like a Rosie O'Donnell or something like that, every waking moment, every single thought that they have is, how can I get this guy? I say it all the time. I know you say it. I hear Jack say it on his show. They have such a disease against Donald Trump that every single thought they have, they are consumed by getting him somehow.
It's a form of ideation. I mean, it's unrelenting with these people.
It's a sickness.
Yeah.
And so when you look at what they do, and they are inside of our government with access to sensitive information, this is Comey's one of them.
Oh yeah.
Remember when he was leaking against Donald Trump?
Yep.
And he was calling professor over at Columbia, so the professor would send it to the media. That's the same thing. That's why I was so PO'd that they let Jim, because he admitted it under oath. He said he did it. He should have faced treason charges as well.
These are the worst people in the world, man. And it's going to be a very interesting. I want to know who it is, and I want us to get our hands on him.
The president said this yesterday as well.
As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. The sand this was not much of a runway. This was.
That's what, by the way, we created this instant runway, if you will.
Built a runway.
Yeah, talk about
to
that
do this operation. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
We created an instant runway. We do it all over the world.
Right.
I live next door to a guy who used to do that a lot with the bigger planes, the big planes, and he would land them on these temporary runways and take them back off. You talk about struggle.
Sure.
You know, these guys are heroes.
Well, Trump used the G word several times, genius.
Yeah.
It truly is a form of genius to be able to pull something like that off.
Well, and to have 3 planes on standby in case the first one doesn't work.
Right.
Which is in 79 and 80 when Jimmy Carter sent them over there. All the helicopters fell apart. The parts were old. They were used up. They couldn't fly in the sand, and it got our guys killed.
Well, and that's another thing to remember, too, as far as the timeline. Okay, you and me I was a kid when the hostages were taken, and we would talk about it every day in social studies class.
I was a sophomore in high school.
You're a sophomore in high school. I was, I would have been middle school, I guess, somewhere around there. Yeah, middle school. So these people have been allowed, meaning the regime have been allowed to continue for all these many years since we were kids.
That's what I've been saying. I'm 62 now.
Yeah.
I was a sophomore in high school when they came into power. They have been killing Americans my entire life.
Yeah, me too.
My whole life. I know. They've been killing Americans.
So yeah, it's not a new war.
No.
Trump isn't a warmonger or Pete Hegseth. This isn't something they want to do. They just know it has to be done.
This world allowed the modern day, the contemporary Adolf Hitler of our time, they have allowed them, as Adolf Hitler, to survive for this long. This man is going and getting Hitler. I mean, that's the way you got it. You have to contextualize this stuff for the dummies that live out here in, stupid land. You have to contextualize it for them so they understand.
Well, unfortunately, when you're in Stupidville in America, you could have all the logical arguments you want and all the evidence you want. It's not going to matter because they're choosing to be morons. So I don't know. You're right. I mean, he's the modern Hitler. You could also maybe toss Genghis Khan in there as a good analogy. And these are brutal people who run roughshod over their own citizens.
Well, I throw the Hitler thing in there on purpose because of their hatred of the Jews.
Well, and their hatred of the Jews, and they call Donald Trump Hitler all the time, and it's just a ridiculous claim.
Well, over at Amity Bank, they're ready to help you and your family with all of your financial matters, no matter what they are. You need a bigger house, and you're looking for a mortgage for that bigger house. Maybe you want to refi the mortgage that you have right now. Maybe you want to add on to your house with a home improvement loan. Maybe you're downsizing, and it's that time of life, that season of life where you guys are going to be empty nesting, and it's time to look at a smaller place. Okay. Amity is here to help. I have a long history personally and professionally with Amity Bank. Not only personally with our own mortgage at our house and other loans and things that, lines of credit and things that we have done over the years with Amity and investments that we have done through Amity and certain savings accounts and so on and so forth at Amity, money markets and things like that we have going on over there. But also with the business side of things. There is not a better family or small business bank in the entire state of Texas, and I'll take that to the entire country. Because that's really their bailiwick, which means this is what they focus on. That's what they believe in, is helping families. It's your go-to bank for small business, #1 in the state of Texas for SBA loans. They understand helping business and families operate their business like nobody else can. So stop on in. They got a brand new location over there at Bitters and 281, but they got them all over the place, 80 branches or so around our area. Have a free cup of coffee and visit with them, or you can do it all online. That's how Nancy and I reached out to them probably about 15 or so years ago. We reached out to them online at AmityBank.com. Amity NA, member FDIC, equal housing lender. We're going to have sun and clouds around today with a high in the mid-70s. Right now, it's 58 at KTSA.
Good morning. We do have a stall at 281 southbound at San Pedro off to the shoulder. Rolling a bit slowly, 1604 northbound, 151 over to Hausman. 1604 westbound, lookout to 281, about a 10-12 minute ride. And we do have some road work set up at I-10 westbound, right as you approach Hildebrand in the left lane. Now, if you guys see something we're not talking about, call us on the traffic tip line. We'll check it out. 210-785-2601. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Local roots, national focus, global perspective. Stay connected. News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 1071.
Trey Ware for Dr. Sally and everybody at Here in Texas. They'd love to see you, talk with you about your hearing, and possibly prescribe hearing aids for you to help you hear things you've never heard before. They really are amazing at Here, H-E-A-R, HereInTX.com.
Imagine a clinic where you can see your primary care provider who will actually help you reduce your medications and improve your overall health. A clinic where you are rewarded for getting rid of medications. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. A place where you have a whole team of professionals that work together to balance your hormones, reduce your digestive issues, decrease inflammation, improve energy, sleep better, and get out of pain naturally. At the Institute for Functional Health, you receive state-of-the-art testing, education, and care. You are never alone, and you will have a team that is relentless in the pursuit to make you the best version of yourself. Now is the time to take care of your health. Call us at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. You don't have to worry, we can see you now. Call 468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. 468-1891.
In the 80s, fashion was rad and music was cool. But if your AC isn't cool, that's totally bogus. It's Martin Bamba from the KTSA Rock and Home Show. For AC repair or a full install, call Right Home Services right now and get a complete AC install up to 3 tons for just $89.99. That's a limited time deal with serious savings. Right has the right team, the right price, and the right stuff. Call Right Home Services at 210-444-0000. They bring the cool.
The right stuff. Upgrade your backyard with a custom patio cover from Precision Windows and Doors. Call us at 210-596-6588. PrecisionWindowsSA.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
At Ponderosa Ranch, your pup is our priority. Boarding, training, daycare, and bathing, we treat your dog like family. With 3 area locations, Ponderosa Ranch can't wait to be your pup's home away from home. Book their next day or stay with us at WeLoveYourDog.net.
If your garage door wakes up the whole house before your alarm does, that's a problem. Precision Garage Door of San Antonio quiets noisy doors fast. Tune-ups, repairs, same-day service. Call Precision Garage Door. Your neighbors will thank you.
Hey, this is Richard at Pride Floors. Want a cleaner, richer look in your home? Visit our showroom and explore the newest European oak styles. Quality products, lifetime installation warranties. Near 1604 in Lock Hill, Soma. At Pride Floors, we take pride in our floors so you can take pride in your home.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
San Antonio's most listened to news talk station, 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Have you seen any of the Amazon warehouses in our area?
Seen them?
Yeah.
Not directly.
They are gigantic.
Oh, wow.
They're huge.
Right.
We're talking about millions of square feet. Well, there's a huge warehouse in Ontario, California that's on fire right now. It's been burning for a little while this morning.
And it's not just part of it burning.
It's the whole thing.
The whole thing is burning down.
The entire structure.
And I don't know if this is Amazon, but there's a lot of their trucks out there.
Yeah.
If it's Amazon, wow. I mean, the whole thing is just burned to the ground inside. The walls are still up.
Yeah, they did a live shot about 20 minutes ago, and it was the whole roof was on fire.
I didn't see it up there, but I just shared it to my X account. The whole thing's on fire. Everything inside of it.
It's about the size of a city block.
Yeah,
it's that big.
It's at least that big. You've seen the one in Schertz.
Yeah. The one by my house is big.
They are it's several million square feet.
Yeah.
This thing has got to be I'm guessing this is Amazon because there's a lot of their trucks. The light blue trucks with a smile.
Yeah.
A lot of those outside. So anyway, wow, that's a fire.
Yeah, you're right. It probably is more than a city block. Probably about 3 blocks long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the whole thing was on fire.
It looks like one of those where
You've
they
got
have
one of those down the street on Eisenhower.
Amazon?
Amazon.
Oh, do you really?
Wow.
Well, the one in Schertz, I've seen the one in Schertz. It's huge.
It looks like that one that's burning, like big enough to be driving stuff inside of it. You know? So much.
Yeah, sure.
Wow, man.
Maybe the robots did it.
The robots are rebelling. The robots have started the rebellion.
Yep, that's what it
the
is.
The Terminators are coming, man.
Well, I'm just saying, if your stuff from Amazon or wherever is being routed through the warehouse in Ontario, California, it's going to be late.
Might be a little late, man. Well, Tony Gonzalez is in an Express News article. The Express News published a story. And again, this is just the Express News. I really haven't seen anything else. I haven't looked into it that deeply, frankly. But they say they've at the Express News they have additional texts between Tony Gonzalez and a campaign worker going back to 2020, which would predate the young woman that worked with him. Who tragically committed suicide. And this was a older woman, slightly older, and the Express News says that these texts, and they published some of them, kind of the same thing, and what are you wearing, that heavy breathing kind of weird stuff, and in the story she says she, didn't, tried to dissuade him from doing this. In the article, she says that, the Express News says, allegedly he came over to her place a couple times and they just didn't do anything. But it's allegations that are very similar to, what we heard a month or so ago. So, again, it just kind of gets worse and worse.
Breaking news: men cheat.
Men cheat.
Well,
it's a
breaking news. So do women.
It's a shocker, but apparently
right,
they do. This is like if this is true, this is like a hobbyist. I mean, this is something.
Well, look, this is nothing new either. Men and women have been exchanging dirty pics going back to the Polaroid days.
Actually, going back to the Roman Empire,
well,
you can see graffiti on the walls of the Colosseum. They're pretty dirty.
How do you send a Polaroid?
No, you didn't. You painted like goat's blood on the side of the Colosseum and a naked woman.
She asked about Polaroid pictures.
Oh,
you would either take them personally or you would put them in the mail.
And then you wave them around so they can dry up.
Any guy who was a popular DJ received Polaroid pictures through the snail mail.
You received Polaroids?
Oh, you bet I did.
Absolutely.
Bet I did. Yeah. When I was on this station at night rocking and had high ratings and was a rock and roll man, you got all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I was reading an interview with Mike Lookenland and the other guy from the Brady Bunch, and they were saying that when they were really, really popular and had lots of money and they were in their 20s, they're so thankful people didn't have cell phones back then. And I look back on the 80s, and I'm pretty glad, too.
Elaine, we would have them show up here in lingerie.
Wow.
Wow, man. Yeah, I've experienced that myself.
We would have them show up here in lingerie and expect that you were going to have a good time.
I remember Bruce Hathaway would tell me the story of the underwear being thrown on the stage.
That happened, too.
Wow.
That happened, too.
I have no comment for my rock and roll days. I'm just not going to say anything.
All right. I will. Okay, I'll tell you about my friends over at River City Oral Surgery. That's the place to go if you need to have wisdom teeth taken out or implants put in. There's only one place in the state of Texas, and that's true that people come from all over the state to receive the services of Dr. Havercorn over at River City Oral Surgery. He doesn't go to them. And that's the beauty of Dr. Havercorn is that he doesn't do any traveling. So if you need him, he's here. And he's ready to deal with whatever your issue is. Or, maybe it's your kiddo got to have the wisdom teeth taken out. Let me give you an example of how he operates. All his prices are on the website, and his prices are the prices without games and without gimmicks or trying to upsell you, trying to sell you something else, okay? Some of these places will get you in there, and it'll get started on the procedure. Oh, you want anesthesia? That's another $10,000 if you don't want to feel this. That's not the way he operates. $1,500, they do it all. That's the exam, x-ray, IV sedation, the routine post-op care, everything from Dr. Havercorn at River City Oral Surgery, and their implants are fantastic as well. No games, no gimmicks, just great oral surgery and great care at rivercityoms.com.
We think the best breed of dog is the rescue. KTSA is going to help no-kill rescue agencies around San Antonio with the food and homes they deserve. Join the voice of the National Dog Show, John O'Hurley, and the KTSA hosts for the 2-day 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday from our studios and continues Friday from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with us, John, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday on KTSA.
Hey, it's Sean, and I tell you what, the hot months are on the way. You need that AC unit to be doing its job. That's why you should talk to my friends at John Wayne Service Company about the $89 AC tune-up. It includes a full 35-point inspection to keep your AC running factory fresh through that triple-digit weather we get here in South Texas. And, you know, maybe you've had somebody else come by and they just take a glance at it and then they tell you you needed a whole new system. Okay, not only do you get this $89 AC tune-up from John Wayne that covers everything, they even pull the top off and clean all the stuff out, but they also, it's a valuable second opinion on your AC system. Okay, and you'll get the straight answer from John Wayne. They can clean it, they can take care of it for you, tune it up for you for $89. That is a great deal. Call or text my friends at John Wayne today and book that appointment today, 210-293-7600, or look them up online for the $89 AC tune-up, johnwayne.com.
First, let me say this. At Precision Windows and Doors, we only recommend what we actually have in our home.
Energy-efficient windows make...
Eddie, I've got this. I'm a wife and a mom. I care about comfort, noise, and energy bills. Before Precision Windows, our house was loud, drafty, and expensive to keep comfortable. Now, it's quiet, cozy, and our bills make sense again.
And at Precision Windows, look is...
Still talking, Mr. Window Guy. Precision Windows for windows, doors, hardy siding, and patio covers, because I want strong, low maintenance, and peace of mind. I don't want projects, I want solutions.
With Precision Windows and Doors, we're local and
family owned, and that matters. I'm Naomi with my husband, Eddie.
The Window Guy!
You're doing that yelling thing again.
Visit PrecisionWindowsSA.com.
That's PrecisionWindowsSA.com or call 210-596-6588.
Let's brighten up your home together.
The decision to retire is a big one. According to Jay Kirkwood, there's more to it than you think.
They've just kind of got it in their mind that, well, I'm 60 and the finances work, so I'm going to retire. That shouldn't be it. Like, there's some people that at 55, they're like, I just can't do this anymore. I'm going to retire. I'm super happy. There's other people we've got that are 70 that are working and they're like, I love it. I love going. Well, don't stop. If you love it, keep doing it.
For common sense advice on retirement, tune in to Clear Skies Retirement, Sundays at noon, right here on KTSA.
Well, you can't turn on the news or open a business journal lately without seeing these two letters, AI. Hey, Trey Ware here. I know what many of you business leaders are feeling, that mounting pressure to do something. But here's the reality. Rushing into AI just to say you're doing it is a fast track to security breaches, compliance nightmares, and a whole lot of wasted capital. That's why I want to tell you about Bridgehead IT. They aren't here to sell you on the latest shiny object or trending bot. They're here to give you a strategy. It starts with their AI assessment. Bridgehead IT sits down with your team to identify where AI can actually deliver measurable value and where it's just noise. They prioritize protecting your sensitive data and ensuring your transition is secure from day one. Bridgehead IT focuses on clarity first. You get a roadmap built on outcomes, not hype. If AI is on your roadmap for 2026, start with the experts who put security and your bottom line first. Visit bridgeheadit.com. That's bridgeheadit.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-478-6430 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-478-6430. That's 800-478-6430. What do you have to lose? Call 800-478-6430. Again, 800-478-6430.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Iran is on the clock, and if no deal is made in the coming hours, the country could go dark by tonight. President Trump threatening to take out bridges and power plants if no deal happens. A pregnant woman and a man both hurt after what San Antonio police are calling a road rage shooting on the southwest side. And social studies classes in Texas may include more on the nation's Christian roots moving ahead. We got more on those stories and others coming up at 10 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 9:36.
Good morning. Got a new trouble spot on 410. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. 410 eastbound Northwest Military Highway. This wreck has been moved off to the shoulder. Still a little bit of a delay from Vance Jackson. 35 southbound Thousand Oaks, northeast side. That's a stall. Right lane, that's got you a bit slow from Judson Road. On 281 southbound San Pedro, disabled vehicle has been moved off a main lane, now off to the shoulder. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Cloudy much of the time today, the high of 75. Mostly cloudy, comfy tonight, dipping down to 55 along the Riverwalk and 46 in the Hill Country. Early sun, then turning cloudy with a passing afternoon shower Wednesday, the high of 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Not too much in the way of clouds right now. The temperature 62 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
9:38 now. 9:38. We are almost out of time. We are Ware and Rima. Here is the Vice President, J.D. Vance, this morning.
We feel confident that we can get a response, whether it's positive or negative. We're going to get a response from the Iranians by 8 o'clock tonight. I hope they make the right response, because what we really want is we want a world where oil and gas is flowing freely, where people can afford to heat their homes and cool their homes, where people can afford to transport themselves to work. That's not going to happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So they've got to know we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change their course of conduct.
Now, I want to do some bits and pieces here.
Sure.
Donald Trump is building a new VA medical center in San Antonio. The guy who, just hates everybody and nobody is worth it for him. $30 million is what he is investing in San Antonio. Regardless of what the mayor and the incoming Bexar County judge think about Donald Trump, he's going to invest in this community. We got new Nancy Guthrie ransom, and it's not really a ransom note, it's more of an informative note, because the same person is sending these notes that's always sent them over to TMZ, and now he is saying that Nancy is dead. He knows where her body is and what happened to her, and if you want to know, then just send me some money. Dude, just if she's already dead, there's nothing to be gained by this. Just if you know anything, just spill the beans. Let's find out what actually happened to her and where she is, so her family can get her and get her, put her to rest, put her at peace.
Right. Well, the fact that he's asking for Bitcoin tells you what kind of a person he is.
Correct. GOP lawmakers are demanding the National Institute for Health eliminate the tranny animal testing that they've been doing. This started under that evil, wicked Dr. Fauci. And what they do is, and they've spent millions of our taxpayer dollars on this, they take mice and rats and monkeys, and then they, for the females, they take out their version of ovaries and egg producing inside of these creatures. And then they give them testosterone shots to see if they can transition a female mouse into a male,
Right.
or female monkey to a male. You can't. It's an impossibility.
Well, and it's probably really unpleasant for the mice and the rabbits and the monkeys.
Well, sure. And they're removing body parts like breasts, penises, and stuff like that. It's a program that the Democrats support wholeheartedly. Republicans trying to get them to stop it.
Well, if anybody else but Donald Trump had put an end to animal testing, they'd be beloved by the left in this country.
Well, you would think, but they're a bunch of sick you-know-whats, so maybe not.
They're hypocrites, too.
Obama President Center up in Illinois, if you want to go on a free day, they're offering free days for Illinois residents, but you got to show an ID to prove that you're an Illinois resident to go on a free days to the Obama Center.
How's he going to get in his own center? He's a black guy. He can't come up with a photo ID.
Troy Aikman is pretty much a hero here in the state of Texas, an icon
right
here in the state of Texas, because he took the Dallas Cowboys to their last glory days that they've had, actually, which was to several Super Bowls. What did he went to 3, right, and won all 3 of them? Was it 3? It was 3, right. He, on yesterday morning, he just posted 3 U.S. flags.
Oh, wow.
No commentary.
Right.
Didn't say anything one way or the other, just 3 U.S. flags yesterday. That was after the rescue of our airmen.
Right.
Well, people on his site were like, "What are you so proud of this place? Oh, you're an Orange Man supporter. You can't support Donald Trump. You who do you think you are?" He didn't make any commentary.
He just did this, the American flag. That's all he did.
That's it.
That in and of itself is a violent act, according to these idiots.
Exactly right. Chicago Bulls have fired their executive team. First of all, they suck really bad, and they haven't played well since Michael Jordan left, proving that he was the one-man team in Chicago all those years.
Right.
And I always said that at that time, and this proves it. He's gone. They've been down at the bottom of the NBA ever since.
Yep.
But they had a pretty decent, a really good player, top draft pick. His name was Jaden Ivey, who just stood up and said, "You know what? Without Jesus, I ain't nothing, man."
Oh, yeah.
He stood up for his Christian beliefs. He said, "The old Jaden Ivey's dead. The new one has arisen. Here I am, and I support Christ and all that." They traded him. They got rid of him.
Of course they did. I saw that story. Oh, my God.
They got rid of him.
Of course.
Lynette Hooker and her husband, Brian, were the sailing hookers.
The sailing hookers.
Don't you just love that?
That sounds like fun.
They were doing one of these things where they had a yacht or whatever, a boat, and they were out, and they were putting all this up on social media, their adventures at sea.
Right.
It's a kind of a cool idea, right? And the name, because their last name was Hooker,
well,
we're the sailing hookers.
On first glance, it sounds like a tourist boat of some kind.
Well, it's great. So they got in their 8-foot dinghy, and they were separated from their ship and from their boat in the 8-foot dinghy, and somehow, Elaine, you'll probably see this on TV, somehow, she went overboard, current grabbed her, sucked her away. She's gone. He was able to get to shore and say, "My wife somehow fell overboard and she got sucked away." You're hearing the somehow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're hearing that a lot here. Somehow she went overboard in the dinghy with her husband.
Why were they in the dinghy?
They were that's where you find hookers, in dinghies.
Well,
so anyway,
if you're in a dinghy, it's because something's wrong with the main boat.
Yeah, they were transitioning from the shore out to the boat.
They're taking the dinghy to shore.
Yeah, exactly right, and she got washed away. Belinda, and we don't have a last name for her. She was in Florida, walking on a beach in Florida, and heard a guy in the water yelling for help. He was in distress. This is a different story.
Right.
What happened to the hooker?
And the dinghy. That's it. That's the end of the story. There is no more.
They never found her?
No, she's gone.
Wow.
She's
continue with your next one.
Find the dinghy?
Okay. They found the dinghy and the man, the husband, and he said, my wife fell. Okay, I got to repeat this story again. Damn it. All 3 of you. I got to tell it 3 times so the 3 of you hear it.
Drowned.
It was like a funny story, then it went dark on us, man. We've been making dinghy jokes.
The female hooker drowned.
And hooker jokes.
Right.
And she's gone. Well, Belinda's walking the beach in Florida, and she hears a man hollering for help in the water, so she goes out in the water to help rescue this guy. She tells him, "Get on your back. The current, if you get on your back, the current will take you in."
Yeah.
And he was like, "No, I can't flip over." She said, "Flip over." So she got to him somehow and got him flipped over and got him into the shore, and everything's cool. Turns out his name is Jesse Scott Ellis. He is wanted for double murder. He
excellent.
allegedly killed his wife and her lover.
Should have left him out there in the undertow.
right. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. Okay. And one more piece before we have to go for Jack, because his bait is breath to get in here.
I can't wait to talk about dinghies.
And hookers.
I want to talk about the dinghy story, Trey.
TMZ yesterday.
What I want to make sure I'm understanding is a member of our government has told you and others, I guess.
This is Harvey Levin talking with Tim Burchett from the Congress.
That there is a form of alien life and machinery which maybe brought this living creature here that interacted in some form with people.
Okay, Congressman?
Yeah, they have. And they've, it's pretty wild. I know. But I'm just telling you, I'm not going to lie to you. I'd take a lie to tell you. You want to put me on a polygraph, I'll take it. But, this is what the guy told me. I mean, I've had a very high-ranking naval official describe, I've talked about this before, underwater craft, something big as a football field, moving at over 200 miles an hour. And there's no fish in the ocean that would do that. We don't even have a sub that'll probably do 40 miles an hour under the. And the last thing he said before he left my office was, it was kind of weird because he didn't go out he went out the side door, which nobody ever uses.
Oh my God!
And he looked at me, pulled me up close, and he said, "Tim, they're real."
All right, Jack will join us next. Ware and Rima, KTSA, sun and clouds today in the mid-70s for your high. Right now, 61, KTSA.
Good morning. Got a new trouble spot on 410. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. 410 eastbound Northwest Military Highway. This wreck has been moved off to the shoulder. Still a little bit of a delay from Vance Jackson. 35 southbound Thousand Oaks, northeast side. That's a stall. Right lane, that's got you a bit slow from Judson Road. On 281 southbound San Pedro, disabled vehicle has been moved off a main lane, now off to the shoulder. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
I am so thankful to hear in Texas for my new life. I know my man Trey here feels the same way. He had a pretty profound hearing issue. Mine was not quite so profound, but I really couldn't hear what was going on in crowded places like restaurants and stores. It was actually kind of hard on my marriage. And then I went in and I got a consultation with Dr. Sally. And she tested me and found out what my specific issue was. Now, in the 2 years since I got my hearing aids, there's probably been some new models that have come out that would serve me even better. That's why here in Texas, they're offering subscription plans where you'll always have the latest technology with locked-in pricing. And they give you the option you need that is best customized for you. So if you want to go in for a consultation, get tested. It's high-tech stuff. Ask them about their subscription plan so you always have the latest model available to you. You do that by calling them up, 830-360-2000, or check them out online at hereintexas.com, HEARNTX.com.
At the Law Office of Sean C. Brown, we treat you like family. This is Sean Brown. I've been representing members of the community for over 25 years. From a DWI to auto accidents, call me today, 210-224-8200, or visit SeanBrownLaw.com.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks, it's about comfort, safety, and function too. Safe Showers and Bathwise have joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more, including showers, tubs, flooring, and vanities. Get $1,500 off your new shower at newbathtoday.com.
Hey, it's Sean, and I'm going to have my friends over at Stevens Roofing probably come out and do a free roof inspection for us. This is what they do. We've done it twice. If you haven't had your roof checked by Stevens Roofing, really take my advice on this and have them come on out there. It doesn't cost you anything. They know their stuff as far as roofing, commercial or residential, metal or composition. And they'll come on out and go over every square inch of your roof, and then they can come down and tell you exactly where your issues are, if you have any issues. Now, we have had some pretty soaking rains over the past week or so. You mix that with the triple-digit weather, and it really does causes a problem with your roof. So have Stevens Roofing come on out and look at your roof. They also do solar now, so you can ask them about that. It all begins with a phone call to this number, 210-785-0994, or look them up online at stevensroofing.net.
Not a lot of things in this world are free, especially a world with high inflation. But when it comes to financial education, I have something free for you. It's the Creating Richer Lives podcast. I'm Carl Eggers, your host. Find the podcast each week at creatingricherlives.com or on all major podcasting platforms.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Eddie, you're my husband, but you've got to calm down with the whole window guy persona. Just stop. You're too loud.
Naomi, we are Precision Windows and Doors, and I get excited about windows, and I just can't help it.
Well, that's an understatement.
Because we just don't carry one window brand. We offer the right window for you and your home. Energy efficient, quiet, comfortable, and built for San Antonio homes.
Translation. Not every house needs the same thing, and Eddie actually knows that.
I do. I just say it louder.
Precision offers a variety of top energy-efficient windows, gorgeous doors, hardy siding that lasts, and patio covers that hold up to Texas weather year after year.
Local, family-owned, and I answer my phone.
Call 210-596-6588.
Visit PrecisionWindowsSA.com. For the window guy!
Too loud.
My bad.
Precision Windows and Doors.
Let's brighten up your home together.
Stay on top of the latest news wherever you are. Stream KTSA on the go. This is News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
All right. It is deadline day for President Trump. Here he is at his press conference yesterday.
I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none. Because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years.
They truly are that, for sure. And then he was asked about his mental health.
Yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that...
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this...
Well, then let's take a look at the mental health of this president versus the last guy.
Used to make beer brewed here. It is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lake. They want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about. And that's him lying around.
Yeah.
She knew so long as she was denied. Here today is Hirsch Goldberg.
Yes. Morning, Jack.
Oh, wow. That was a flashback. By the way, happy Bridge and Power Plant Day.
This is what we're having
Bridge
today.
And Power Plant Day.
That's
yes.
today.
Yeah.
It's deadline day. What do you think?
I think it's time to stop talking about how he talks. The people that are fixated on how he talks are people that only talk. And we had that
We've done that. We've tried the talking about it, stern warnings, don't. Let's focus on the actions.
And start blowing up some bridges and some power plants.
Well, he said we really don't want to do it because we'll wind up rebuilding them, which, by the way, is sadly true.
That is true.
Yeah. There's about a 9 in 10 chance that every single thing we're blowing up, we will wind up rebuilding.
Of course.
If you look at history. Yeah. So, I'm over the whole his language. Oh, how he talks.
So what?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's not only that. As we've talked about before, presidents have talked this way in private for years and years, and you can imagine what FDR said when they passed him the note about Pearl Harbor, right? I'm pretty sure that wasn't that might have been a profanity laced response. But here's the thing: it's also true that he's expressing the outrage or the indignation that a lot of people really feel.
I do.
If you're a Gold Star family, these people took your loved one, and you feel it. So he's speaking for you.
Well, yes, definitely. And we were talking earlier this morning. The leaker, whoever leaked to the media that we had another pilot down over there, wanted that pilot either to be captured or killed to reflect poorly on Donald Trump. I know I've said it. Sean has said it. I've heard you say it many times too, Jack. That these people are so deranged in their thoughts about Donald Trump. They're willing to have other people die in order to make him look bad. And to me, that's treason, and they should be treated like a traitor.
Would you say, in a way, that's like human shields?
Yes.
You know how we talk about other regimes using their, and it's being done now with the power plants. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're using their people as human shields. Well, if you want Americans to die on the battlefield, if you want this war to end in failure, then aren't you making the troops and maybe victims of future terrorism human shields?
Absolutely. Did you? And I'm sure you saw where the one reporter was asking about his mental health with the two subjects. I don't want to hear the blank ice people talk about who covered up Biden's whatever was going on with him for 4 years. I don't want to hear them talking about mental acuity, and I don't want to hear them have a reaction to cussing. Okay, how many times have we had to listen to these people drop the F-bomb over the past few months to man themselves up? Come on, man.
I'm over that. I'm over that. Because remember, there was that whole spate for a while with Democratic politicians and Democrat governors all dropping F-bombs and S-bombs. And so, and supposedly that means you care and you're a man of the people. So, okay, then he cares. He must care a lot by your standards.
You are quite the historian, and you understand about bombing bridges and power plants at a time of war. That, according to the UN Secretary General, that is a war crime, and they're going to take him to The Hague. That's not a war crime. But telling people to go stand in front of them, that is an actual war crime. You cannot use human shields, but that's what Iran is doing or attempting to do with their people. They're the ones who are committing the war crime, and not one word, Jack, from the UN Secretary General about that.
By the way, I'm not a historian. I just watch the History Channel.
Oh, crap.
That would be like, I watched the basketball game last night. I'm not a basketball player.
Okay.
Nice.
Anyway, so you got your show coming up here in a minute.
Did you guys talk about the Soleimani relatives?
Yeah. Yeah, we did that yesterday.
Yes.
They're like the Kardashians of Iran, aren't they?
They sort of are, aren't they?
If that was any other administration, that would be a Netflix show.
It would be.
Well,
holy crap!
Give them time, man.
It would be a show.
No, they'll never do that because it's Trump. But if it was any other administration that rolled these people up, and this would make a hell of a reality show.
Yes, it would.
All three of them.